allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, this item, agenda changes and conflicts. Are there any changes or conflicts of interest tonight?
No, thank you.
All right, seeing and hearing none. I'd like to have citizens appearing before council for items not on the agenda. This is for public comment, for items not on the agenda.
It's not,
You promise?
I swear.
Okay, come on. Just give us your name and if you are a
Okay,
resident
yes.
or not, and you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Lori Chase, 705 Cowden Drive. And I was going to come down here and complain about the crummy infrastructure that we're experiencing because my electricity was insufficient to my house. It turned out to be a bad leg and a faulty negative or something like that. But the amazing thing is I called at 4 o'clock to dispatch and somebody was out to my house within 20 minutes. Seth and Patrick both got everything. Well, they put a giant extension cord on my house, but they'll be back tomorrow. And I'm just absolutely amazed and grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. Second part. Anybody else?
That started out nice.
Thank you. Our next item is our Teacher of the Year proclamation. All right, Ms. Rivera. Please come up.
Oh.
What'd you lose? Jen gave you this. Okay. So you have to come up here in the front. So Miss Rivera was my daughter Addison's teacher several years ago, and worked really hard with the kids on the Sweetwater Lake and did a lot of cool things. And she is the Colorado State Teacher of the Year. So we wanted to. I'm here to give you a decree. Whereas Autumn Rivera is a 6th grade science teacher at Glenwood Springs Middle School, the middle school science lead for her school district, as well as an adjunct professor in the education department at Colorado Mountain College. And whereas Autumn and her students played an important role in preserving Sweetwater Lake by raising funds and awareness through the Save the Lake campaign. And whereas Autumn volunteers with the American Association of Chemistry Teachers and is a Region 3 Elementary Board representative for the Colorado Association of Science Teachers. And whereas Autumn volunteered as co-chair of the Mill Levy Override Campaign, congratulations. Whereas Autumn has presented a variety of professional development courses, including at the Roaring Fork Ed Tech Summit and Colorado Science Conference. And whereas Autumn holds both a Bachelor of Arts in Biology and a Master of Arts in Teaching Secondary Science from Colorado College, and a master's in educational leadership from the University of Colorado Springs. And holy cow, this is going on.
I was gonna say, are you gonna read it?
This is more impressive. Whereas each year, the Colorado Teacher of the Year program honors an exceptionally dedicated, knowledgeable, and skilled K-12 classroom teacher to represent the entire profession of the state. And whereas the Colorado Department of Education has named Autumn as the 2022 Teacher of the Year, therefore be it resolved that I, Jonathan Godis, Mayor of Glenwood Springs, and State of Colorado, ask all our city residents to join me in proudly making today, November 18, Autumn Rivera. I'm going to say 5 years of being on council, I don't think we've ever named a day after anybody.
Oh, gosh.
But this is a huge deal. It's a
Thank
huge
you.
deal for our community, for our kids, and for this council. So
Thank you.
thank you for all the work you do. Thank you, Rob, for the leadership you provide. Thank you, Joel Hathaway, for the additional leadership you provide.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I want to get one more too.
All right,
What's up?
thank you. This is a big deal for us too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And my daughter really wants
I'll
to.
say huge shout out to his daughter who really helped with the Save the Lake campaign, which is now our 43rd state park. Huge because of your daughter and all that group that 8th grade kid did.
It's the
So
leadership that
it's so
we
exciting. So thank you guys.
offer. Thank you so much.
Autumn, we will be framing that proclamation for you and getting it to you. The mayor made us change it today, so we
We didn't get that
Thank
done. We'll
you.
get the
Thank
nice
you
copy
all.
to you.
His daughter did the homework the last minute, you know why.
And can she still waive parking tickets for the rest of the day?
I don't need to get out of parking tickets.
On November 18th.
On November.
Well, it was just gonna be a proclamation, which we do a lot, but it really was, I think, important to
Yeah,
honor.
today she can.
Well,
Thank you. All right,
Thank you.
now the other stuff.
Council.
Council comments, yes, thank you. If you don't mind,
Oh, you want to go first?
yeah, if that's okay. I don't typically go first, but I'd love to today. Number one, Terry Parch, if you're here. We have a stop sign on 13th and Midland that was supposed to be there just temporarily for construction purposes, and I think that construction
It's
is,
a map.
oh, okay. Well, Terry still talks to me about it, so.
Okay.
Anyway, I just would love to encourage us, if we are done with that, and if that's temporary, that we either remove the speed hump or the stop sign, because I don't think we need both. So that would be my plea to Mr. Langhorst, who isn't here tonight, but I'm not gonna ask for a vote, just maybe for him to get back to us and let us know if that's gonna be a permanent thing. Do you have any knowledge of that?
I do not know. I
Okay.
do know the person that lives with me would also like that to go away, and I hear complaints. I'll ask Matt what the plan is and
Okay.
how he feels about it.
I think we also have heard a lot about childcare and lack of childcare in our community. Our valley has a wide-ranging array of support services, especially up valley with Kids First. That extends all the way through Basalt and Pickett County. We don't really have anything like that, which is a dedicated funding source. And I just really want to, I guess, encourage this council this coming year to make that one of our priorities. I know we keep hearing housing, 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 and obviously that is a huge priority. But the other thing, especially for young families, is it's really, really difficult if you have housing, that you don't have childcare. So I think that's definitely something. And I would love to even suggest that as we're going through the comp plan and potentially looking at code, to look at whether we include again, Pickett County has this, a child care impact fee that would help fund, have the developers that are building this housing that is contributing to the housing for the child care workers, but also contributing to the number of children in our community, that maybe that is potentially offset. So I don't have a formal motion or anything, but just I think I'd like to put that on our radar to look at as we go through some of these processes as a community that we're looking at, because that's the thing I'm hearing as much almost as affordable housing. Lastly, there is a petition circulating in the community for the airport to remain an airport. I'd just like to make an official motion to put that as it's currently written on the May 1st Tuesday in May.
Second.
Okay, so moved by myself, second by Tony.
Well, I just had that, I was with the airport board this morning. I think that would be a nice thing to do.
Okay, and the reason I do May instead of April, in case anybody's wondering about the timing, their petition states April. I'm suggesting May. I have spoken with Mr. Rippey and Mr. Stroutman about that today. They didn't seem to have any problems with that. But I think May just gives us a little bit more time. And I know the last council meeting we had, we also talked about getting community impact, well, 2 council meetings ago. And we said, oh, let's do it right after this vote so we can get immediate feedback. But then it's just a little too raw. So then we said, well, let's do it after the holidays. I'm suggesting, let's do it early December so we can get some feedback, because I want to know from the larger community what they potentially see for that property. So I guess I have 2 motions. Let's take the easier one. Would people be okay with having some of those community feedback, or are we able to potentially do some community feedback in early December?
I think if you want a formal meeting, where like what we did for South Canyon, no.
Okay,
What about
think early
January
January.
January, it sounds a lot more feasible because I do have to let people take vacation over the holidays.
Okay. I think if it could be early January, that would be,
I think you'll also get better participation. Honestly, after the holidays, I think we're all like starting to slide into hoping that we get to see our families and, you know what I mean, just kind of like trying to do that stuff over the next month.
Can I ask a
yeah,
question?
please.
Do we need to take a vote on this tonight or?
I would need to bring back a resolution. It would be good. I think the formality of the vote would be nice for the larger community to know that it was coming. I need to bring a resolution back, setting a special election
Okay,
on the December 2nd meeting, because that's how we have to formally do it under the charters. It has to be set by resolution or ordinance for a
I would
special meeting.
I would just prefer to have the group that is circulating the petition, the Save the Airport group, here so that we can show solidarity on that, rather than council taking an action without them here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
agree with you. Just so you know, Carl sent out the wording, and I talked to Greg too, and that's what they want.
That's
So,
what they
want.
And Digner and I had lunch with last week. This is what they want.
And
But I-
that's
it'd be
good,
nice if
but I
they're
think it
here.
would be nice if they
Well,
were.
we
Yeah,
do that on
and
the
regardless, I have to bring back that resolution.
Correct.
So you're gonna get that opportunity. It would be nice to have a clear vote from you guys for me to go do that
Just for
work.
direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
One thing for, too, is if we do vote on this and we all approve to have it on the ballot, this prevents the community who is supportive from needing to walk around and get signatures, and it's an action this evening, so they know that this is happening.
Yeah.
And that would be my intent or my goal in voting to support it.
So I guess my motion would be, we would take a vote to set the election for May 3rd, which is the first Tuesday in May. In addition, having a community feedback session the first week of January.
Please don't,
First half.
well, yeah, please don't put it that much in a box, because I just don't know who's here, who's not. I haven't talked to anybody
Okay.
yet.
First half, yeah.
January, let's say that January,
January.
nice January, put it in a window there, 4 weeks.
I second that again.
Okay, well, mine's gonna be the first half.
I
I will say we would do what we can.
That's
I
fine.
just-
I'm not, I mean, I guess I'm not particularly looking for a comp plan type meeting. I think I just want to meet with the community and hear from the community, have it. It doesn't need to be, we get a consultant out of Chicago. That'd be fine. So, then moved by myself, second by Tony Vanichko.
Yeah, I'm gonna support the motion. I do not support the actual ballot question. I want to make sure that my vote is clear. You know, my view is that the city should not allow a charter amendment which requires us to maintain an enterprise fund without any kind of constraints on that, because that could force us to take tax dollars on some other fund to support this enterprise fund. On the other hand, I agree with what Ingrid said. I don't want people to walk around or people to think we're trying to keep someone off the ballot or from them voting on it. I'm not going to support the ballot issue itself. I will support putting it on the ballot rather than having to petition it, not to support the actual question. I want to be clear to my voters.
Super powerful.
And I would say the same, but I would almost assume so, that this isn't saying we're voting for it,
Yeah.
we're just saying we're putting it on the ballot.
And I agree with that.
Me too.
Do you just need to show of hands?
I think we need an official vote. Ryan, can we take one question?
No problem. Mayor Pro Tem Wellman,
Yes.
Councilor Count,
Yes.
Mayor Gordis,
Yes.
Councilor Hershey,
Yes.
Councilor Wusso,
Yes.
Councilor Slut.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
All right. That's all I have for council comments. Go ahead, Tony.
Oh, I just have a quick comment. When I come home, like after one of these meetings, and this isn't an invitation, it's sort of an homage to my mother, she goes, "You're doing too much, you look tired." And I think the city, frankly, I know we're talking moratorium tonight, and that's not about this, but sometimes we're really trying, to my fellow councilman here, just to do too much. I think what the people want, like we heard in public comment, is the streets and roads maintained. They want the police to come when they call, they want their fires put out. But other than that, a lot of the other things we're doing, I think it puts a huge burden on staff. And I was gonna make a motion too, that we only meet once every 6 months, but I think that would fail. But I think we need to scale back a little of our optimism, and that includes like things like paid parking, which is another issue. But I just like to everyone over the holidays just to think about this community. And if we didn't meet for 6 months, I don't know that unless something bad happened, I don't know that a lot of people would notice. They certainly notice when we make decisions that they don't like and get into business that I don't think we really need to be doing. Our job's here to set broad policy, not to get into the minutia of a lot of things. And I just would like us maybe to think about next year stepping back. Thank you.
Also, by the way, the things work, so it's hard to remember now, but it helps me.
What do I do?
The little buttons. to
I didn't
push-
know the buttons were.
I know, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
thank you.
Good.
Sorry.
Couple of things kind of related to this, but first of all, I was with you on Friday, I believe, last week, and we presented to the White River, I'm sorry, the National Forest Foundation funding to support the rehabilitation of Hanging Lake Trail. And I just want to say it was really great to kind of be at an event and know how much the community gathers together and contributes to these, including the city of Glenwood, but Glen Canyon Restoration Alliance and people all the way down to the level of giving up their hiking fee for taking Hanging Lake last year. What did you say? It was 6,000 people,
6,000 people and $75,000.
$75,000 just individually contributed to restoration of our Hanging Lake. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank the staff for helping to get that together and support. Second thing on the airport, we've gone through a little transition. I know that Tony now is the liaison, and I would just like to put out there that I would be willing to be the alternate to Tony, so that we have a full.
I already told the board this morning that you were.
Oh, okay, well, I understood I had to bring it.
No,
before the
but
board.
that you were thinking about.
Okay, so I just wanted to bring it to the council and
Jonathan
see.
does the appointment, so that's.
Yeah.
Well, I just
I
want to
just wanted to make sure that you all were thinking that, and Jonathan and I had talked about it. so to
It's
bring it
fine.
As a comment.
I like to get consensus.
I'm fine.
Yeah, and the last thing is, we had mentioned in our work session today, about not doing the second meeting of December. I just want to make sure the public knows about it. We go in that direction.
What day is that?
Thursday.
Oh.
Hold on one
Do we
second.
need a formal vote on that or a motion?
Yeah, I have to bring back the resolution on the December 2nd meeting.
16th of December.
I make a motion for Paula that we suspend the meeting on the 16th of December.
One second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Happy holidays.
Thank you.
I've got two.
Okay.
I have two items this evening. The first is that on Saturday morning at the middle school, Counselor Shelley Kalp and I will be doing coffee with council from 8:30 to 10 a.m. Please come, bring comments, questions, just visit with us, give us, your 2 cents and join us. And then the second is that with the holidays coming up, there is an opportunity to ring the bell at the Salvation Army. I think I have a website, which I think you can actually find pretty easily online. However, it is glenwoodspringsredkettle.org. So for those of you that are interested or can make an hour out of your night or day time to go out there and ring that bell, just to supporting those who have struggled in particular this year. So thank you.
Now, a couple of things. First of all, just kind of follow up on Tony's comment. I agree that, we can get involved in lots of things. We've got to remember this board is running a $90 million a year operation. You look at all of our budgets, so it's not that we're just up here because we have nothing better to do than Thursday nights. After all this complaint of it. I appreciate Tony's comments. I think we don't need to get, we to agree with that. But we perform a valuable service to the community, so.
Can you talk a little louder?
But
Louder?
Louder.
oh, I thought you were just giving
Can we
thumbs
not?
up, so.
No.
All right. So, in any event, I think it's important and we need to be receptive to the public and we're trying to do a better job of that as well. Couple of things that in the organizations to which I am a liaison, the DDA just hired Tuesday Jillian Sutherland as the new executive director. She will start mid-January. She comes out of Community Builders, has a really good resume, really good energy. And I think it's going to be a great asset in addition to one of our associate boards, because they're technically a separate entity, but she'll be beginning to work a little bit more over the next couple of weeks. She's gonna finish up some duties. Be on board by the middle of January. Second thing is the Chamber Conference had a retreat last Friday up at CMC. Generally speaking, the city was spoken of fairly highly of what we're doing, and we're supporting the city, wants to continue supporting the city, but asked that we set up twice a year meetings with the chamber, work sessions with the chamber. So I would like to put that in our general calendar, Deborah, the two times a year that we try to schedule the chamber into a work session, the chamber board and the city council. I think that would be a benefit for some communication issues that sometimes exist. There's a strong support of the overall city government Springs, and I think it's important to do that. The last thing is I'm going to move that we authorize the city to apply for a TDM grant that we talked about at work session.
I'll second that.
Been moved by Charlie, seconded by Shelley, this is the TDM grant. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Did you? have your hand up?
Tony didn't actually.
I did not.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tony.
And I just want to comment quickly that we do not run, Charlie, the city of Glenwood Springs. She runs the city of Glenwood Springs. We set policy, and you need to remember that, please. And my name is
Okay, motion carries 6-1.
5-1.
5-1. Thank you for that correction. Any other council comments? Okay. Next item, looking for a motion for consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
The motion by Ingrid, seconded by Shelley. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. All right, now on to the planning item number 4. I'm sorry, planning file 60-20. This is consideration of a major site architectural plan review application for the construction of 300-unit multifamily development in 14 separate buildings in Glenwood Meadows. Hello, Trent.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Trent Hyde with Community Development Department. Here to present this case for you tonight. If you give me just 1 second, I'm going to share my screen with you.
Our
Our monitor.
computers are not. We don't have.
Probably have to log in.
If not,
Feel free to take a moment to do that.
my password.
Just turn the monitor on.
Projection.
Usually our
Okay.
That's
kind of the way my technology day was all day today, right? It was like.
Thank you, Alyssa.
Okay.
Turn the pages too.
So tonight's proposal is for a major site and architectural plan review application that includes 300 multifamily apartments and 12 buildings. There is one additional building that is a clubhouse that we'll discuss a little bit later, but the property in question is an approximately 28-acre project. Additional amenities for the project include 20 detached garage structures, an approximately 21,000 square foot clubhouse and daycare, of which is 5,000 square feet, a pool, pickleball courts, community gardens, a dog park, trail connections. These will add up to be multiple 1+ acre parks as required by the Glenwood Meadows zoning and development plan. This ends up being approximately 10.74 dwelling units per acre. This application also includes an administrative minor subdivision that would be required if this were approved. So just a little bit of background. Back in 2002, City Council then approved the Glenwood Meadows Annexation and Development Agreement. That designated certain zone districts with individual design standards. And this specific project is a portion of former parcels J and K, which were designated as residential neighborhood. And that is zoned residential high density today, which was formerly R3, which you'll see a lot of in that zoning and development plan. But that plan allows for 300 apartment units in the residential neighborhood district overall. Back in 2002, the agreement signed with the city and the developer required certain on and off-site improvements to include transportation improvements at the exit 114 roundabouts, as well as Midland Main Street, Open space improvements such as the Wolfson Trail System and public space, the Midland Trail, and various land dedications related to the West Glenwood Park and Ride and the Community Center and Garden. Speaking of traffic, this development will generate approximately 1,632 weekday daily trips. That amounts to 108 AM peak hour trips, 138 PM peak hour trips. That does not include the daycare use as a part of this application. Access to the site will be via an extension of Flat Tops View Drive, as well as a new connection to Wolfstrand Road to the west end of the project. Back in May, City Council was a party to a memorandum of understanding with this applicant that dedicates $500 per unit for a total amount of $150,000 for additional traffic and improvements to offset the traffic associated with this development. That being said, CDOT may require additional improvements that would not necessarily be the responsibility of the applicant, because they have both paid into the offsite improvements back and since the approval back in the early 2000s, as well as this additional monies that they have dedicated. The proposal provides 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit and 1 space per 5 for guest parking. That amounts to a total of 510 spaces. There are an additional 27 spaces that are provided for the proposed clubhouse and daycare. Speak of inclusionary housing, this is part of, again, the overall residential neighborhood zone district, which has set aside some affordable housing with the Glenwood Green Apartments project, and that was 60 units dedicated at various AMIs. So that would amount to approximately 12.6% of the total units that are allowed within this district of 475. And that includes the loss at Red Mountain that are below this. The applicant, and I apologize, the applicant has decided that they would set aside 15 units, not 10, as owner occupied and at 100% AMI. So the RN site and layout and design standards are outlined in section X of the Glenwood Meadows Zoning and Development Plan. They address certain design and architectural elements related to building orientation, architectural heights, facades, articulation. And just to speak of this specific proposal, all sides of the residential buildings shall display similar architectural interest. The elevations of each shall display similar entrance to the front and rear, which are the north and south sides. Multifamily building lengths shall not exceed 125 feet. Wall planes shall not exceed 50 feet without a 5-foot horizontal plane offset. Roof line heights along the east and west elevations have been revised along the way to reduce the height of this structure to the maximum allowed of 40 feet. As well as the garage structures have been broken up into smaller structures as required by the zoning and development. The site and architectural plan review standards are outlined in section 70, 60, 56 of the municipal code. A being consistency with the general purpose and intent of the code. That outlines things related to natural hazards, efficient development, compatible design, addressing development impacts. B, consistency with dimensional design and development standards outlined in the code. I will note that the applicant, over the long review process associated with this, has worked with staff to revise some issues that were previously identified by staff. C, consistency with previously approved plat or precedent land use approvals, in this case being the Glenwood Meadows Zoning and Development Plan. D, consistency with the comprehensive plan. As you'll see at the bottom right hand of your screen, map 2.1, a future land use map, Glenwood Springs comprehensive plan rather outlines this property in brown as multifamily residential. But also you'll see some green lines within that map, and that identifies areas of steep slopes. I do want to point out, though, that the applicant has determined that the slopes on this property are an average of approximately 16%. The green lines you see are areas that may be 20% or greater. However, their overall disturbance area is 16% approximately. Various goals outlined in the plan that this proposal supports include long-term sustainable economic development, maintaining our city as the regional center of our county, preserving our small town character, addressing transportation in multiple modes, directing development to locations and building forms that are cost-effective to serve, providing housing opportunities for the entire community, supporting social diversity, and preserving our natural resources. Sarah received review comments from the engineering department, CDOT, Public Works, Parks and Recreation, and Transportation. We did not receive any official comments from the public on this application. Planning and Zoning Commission considered this application back in August. While they recommended 6-0 approval of the project to City Council, they did outline a few things of concern or recommendations to the applicant. One being to increase their inclusionary housing offering, to improve pedestrian connectivity to the site, to improve screening of parking areas. They were concerned of the similarity of the building design proposed. Landscaping and water-related issues were identified. The need to provide additional details on the shuttle operations that are proposed, that it was limited to one housing type, apartments, and the density and addition of traffic to Wolfson Road. The applicant did respond to some of these issues, and I'll just brief those for you. They increased, as I mentioned earlier, their inclusionary housing offering from 10 to 15 units, even though it's not required by this specific application. They did identify some residency occupancy procedures, although they wish not to go with the city's identified residency occupancy requirements. They plan to.
Could you say that again, the last thing you just said? They did, but what?
They have provided some guidelines that they would like to use, and that was outlined in one of the attachments to the packet. They did not necessarily want to adhere to the city's standard, but they would like to identify their own.
Missed the last part, so thank you.
Sorry about that. And fencing adjacent to the parking areas that would be in view from areas below the site or even further across the valley. And they have revised the building colors and variation in materials. And just as an example of that, that would shows you before and after there on that page. And that was at the request of staff. Section 7060 30G1D outlines that City Council can approve this project, approve it with conditions, deny it, or you can also continue it and request additional information from the applicant or staff. Staff does recommend approval of the application with the findings and conditions that were listed in the staff report and were also passed out to you earlier. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have at this time and or after the applicant's presentation.
I have a button flashing for
It's mine.
Tony.
I
Okay.
can't get it to go
No,
on.
no, I can't.
Okay, thanks.
Any questions?
I don't have.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
I
Question.
pushed it by last time.
This is Trent, and this might, some of them might relate to after the second presentation. You, at the very mention, the first part of that, you mentioned the 15 owner occupied units that they were willing to use, that they can buy those units, or these are all rental?
No, I'm sorry, these are all rental.
So they're
units
not
as proposed.
owner occupied?
No, and I'm sorry, I was trying to point out that there were 60 units that were affordable housing within this designation, this residential neighborhood designation that were associated with the Glenwood Green development.
Okay,
But they're not part
but
of this.
those, I was talking about the
Correct.
10, the 10 that
And
they
they,
asked, and they said, no, we'll do 15,
correct.
and you called those owner occupied, so I was just wanting
Oh,
clarification. It was
I
not-
apologize. if I
Okay.
misspoke.
Thank you, that's all right, just
Yeah.
need clarification. A couple things. The flat top view drive, when I was looking at those plans, that looks like that kind of feeds in front of the green, what do they call the village green, the green apart?
Glenwood Green.
Glenwood Green
Yep.
Apartments. So basically, you're kind of running that road, picking up traffic from those 60 units, and then getting onto Wolfson. Is that correct? I just want clarity.
Correct. It provides access to the
Is it
Glenwood
Wilson?
Green as
Yeah.
well as this proposed development.
Okay, all right. Just trying to put things in line in my head. And you said CDOT may require improvements that will not be covered, so that would come out of city funding?
I'm not sure exactly where it would come from, but it would be the city's responsibility to
City
make
responsibility.
improvements. The point I was trying to make, Paula, is that this developer back in 2002 contributed a significant amount of money to the city to offset the increases in traffic at that time.
Right.
You know, what we have run into to date is that, you know, while that they may have accommodated that traffic in 2002, there's been a lot of additional background traffic that has been added to Wolfson Road as well as the exits at 116. So we're seeing that there is an issue potentially with as we move forward with developments and how CDOT may view that and or require us to make upgrades.
Okay, all right. So I just wanted clarity on that as I listened to you. Can you explain, so we had 467 apartment units that were going to be allowed, and with this development, we're allowing another 300. And I know that went before, I believe, our staff, but I don't understand how that, the kind of the ifs and ands and buts around. Okay, we're gonna allow you to go another 300 as opposed to what the difference
Do you want me to
was.
handle that?
Sure.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, so as you recall, we had this discussion when we were talking about the MOU that's in the packet that we entered into regarding some improvements to the some per unit fees being applied towards the lift station out there. But due to an ambiguity created, and I believe it was the fourth amendment to the ADA regarding whether or not there was a limit on apartments in the commercial zone districts, which is where the lots are all built in the commercial zone district, not the residential zone district, that they are two separate things.
Okay.
I did want to clarify something too, just on the numbers, and this is one of those and I think Chad can speak to this as well. Sometimes the amendments are a little obtuse, but on that 475, when Glenwood Greens was done, that was an add-on. There was an amendment to the ADA to add those to the 475. So the real number in the residential zone districts is 535, which would actually reduce the, if you take it as a total package, what does the Glenwood Green contribute to the total of 535? It's more like 11%, not 12.6. Only because I'm a geek.
I appreciate that. I like that.
But anyway, so that's why there is this combination of apartments, is because the lofts are built on the commercial zone districts, not in the residential zone districts.
Okay.
And some just frankly kind of ambiguous language on the fourth amendment or third amendment. I can't remember which one.
Okay. And my count on the lofts right now is 309 units either built or. Is that correct?
That sounds very accurate.
Sorry, I'm just running through as I go. I think you covered the $625,000 for some new infrastructure, or I read that in the plan, and that was kind of the lift station and those kind of things. Is that correct?
Right, that's correct. So you'll recall again that when we had, when that MOU was approved, it was really trying to find a way forward on a necessary improvement out there regarding that lift station, which is at the end of its useful life as well as at capacity. What Matt did is really look at, and the planning department looked at what the maximum build out is out there, so that as we replace this lift station, it can support any level of development, recognizing that we don't know what the future brings, kind of thing. And that, like I said, we're 20 years in, so it was up for replacement from the utility. So this, the MOU, the agreement we entered into, as well as money that is being paid by Lots 4, will offset significantly the cost of that, so we can get it done in the next year rather than having to program it probably 3 years out.
And that would require this passage.
Yeah, that would. It was in anticipation. And it's a model that we've used. I would say though that we've used that number as a model, as like I said, Lots 4 has agreed to make that payment, and we'll continue to use that number as we deal with new development, whether this one's approved or not.
Okay.
It provides a solid basis for us to understand what's going on out there.
Okay, that's great. And I'm sure I have more, but I'll let the developer go or somebody else.
Shelley and then Ingrid. Especially.
Okay, and Trent, these questions might be more for the developers, so just let me
Sure, I'll be
know.
happy to defer if
Okay.
necessary.
Okay, great. And I'm looking at just going through the unit count and everything, it looks like 52% is 2 and 3 bedroom approximately. And then the rest is 1 bedroom and studio.
Yeah, that
sounds
sounds
about
very
right.
close to accurate as well.
Okay,
I'd say one and two, approximately 70% and 15% either studio or 3 bedroom.
are there units specifically designed for ADA accessibility or adaptation?
I don't, we haven't received actual floor plans to date, but the building code would require that a certain percentage of those because of the size. of the
Okay,
space.
is that in building code?
Correct, but I'm not sure. The applicant may have additional plans, for that.
Okay, and then on the clubhouse and the daycare, is that built into the schedule somewhere? When would those come online? As opposed to, I understand it's all gonna be kind of one phase, but do we have
Yep.
a timeline for when that would come online for when they start occupying buildings?
And I think that also includes amenities for the neighborhood. So I think it's gonna be pretty early on, but I'll let the applicant tell you.
Okay, okay. And then I was reading something about a fathering parcel with 115 units that would be townhomes. Where is that and what's meant by that?
We have not received an application yet for that, but there would be residual parcels of this kind of RN designated piece of the original development plan that there could allow future development. The thing that is to relate to this specific proposal is that it would eliminate the ability to do apartments on the residual land.
Okay, so those would have to be for sale units.
Well, they wouldn't have to be necessarily for sale, they just couldn't be apartment style.
Right, so it would.
So it could be like a duplex. it could be a
Single
private-
family homes and duplexes,
Duplexes.
it would be limited to.
Oh, okay, okay. It could be rentals.
Yeah, I mean, I think the assumption was, that back when we did this, the assumption was they'd probably be single family residential for sale units, but recognizing that the market has changed.
Right.
I would still hope they would be for sale units and probably would be, but they wouldn't have to be.
Okay. Okay,
Unless during our application of those, we did a requirement that some of them be.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't have.
I guess never mind. I know the answer. to that.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
okay, that's all I have for now.
Ingrid.
Has the applicant ever provided a master plan for us that's got all these new updates and just kind of like, where are we going from here? Other than this reference that Shelley just made, is that kind of the end of what we should anticipate for housing in this area?
I do not think it is the end. Again, I think there is a maximum of 115 units that could still be potentially
It's actually
allowed.
175.
175. I thought it was 175 minus 60.
was carved out,
The 60 was carved out from the apartments.
but not from the one.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
So
I think it's-
But I would say though, Ingrid, that would also be subject to applicable design standards and requirements by the city. So, it's hard to know if that's a realistic number. Obviously, you can't get the same amount of density, with that product as you can stacking.
Sure. But we have not made a requirement to provide like a master plan that would have that included. We haven't seen some. part of it.
No, and the way the Glenwood Meadows Annexation Development Agreement was kind of laid out is that all of these projects would come with their own individual development review
Sure.
application at that time.
Yeah, and just for the sake of clarity, this is a very, I think it's important to remember that the developer, while the density on these projects is higher, how many apartments per acre, the whole Wolfson Trail system was donated by the developer, correct? As like to offset. So when we talk about density, I think it's always really important to reference that with this. This is not just, taking the smallest parcel of land. Go ahead.
Is that a question? Another question.
Yeah, it's a question. It's just a point of clarity. Yeah, thank you. Shelley already asked the question on the bedroom count. And then let's see, hold on, I'm almost there. Are they also requesting a traditional vesting period of 3 years on this project? Would they get 3 years or, I know that our last application just asked for a longer vesting period.
I'm not aware that they're asking for an extension beyond that.
And then one that's, I maybe could ask the applicant as well, but will pets be allowed here?
That was a great question for you. Yes.
Okay, and then then I have 2 questions for the applicant.
Any other questions for staff? All right, applicant.
I have a question. Read it back down. He's like, what? Oh, okay. I missed that.
Good evening, City Council. Good to see you again.
In your presentation, Chad, could you answer that dog question? So I don't have to ask you.
Sure, I'll make a note of it. My understanding is that dogs would be allowed.
I have a follow-up question for it.
Okay, sounds good. Sure. My name is Chad Lee. I'm an attorney at Balcom Green PC here in Living Springs of 818 Colorado. I'm joined by David Levin and Michael Bauman of BLD Group, Jason James from DHM, Robert McGregor and Mike Maple from Glenwood Meadows, and Mike Greshik at High Country Engineering. So thank you for hearing us tonight. I will try to be brief, but this is very important and it's been a year-long process for us. So there are some legal issues I'd like to go over. Multifamily is a use by right in this district. It's the residential high district. It's on a parcel delineated by our comp plan as multifamily. We meticulously designed this project to fit entirely within the design and site specifications of the zone district, which means we're requesting no variances. And this parcel is the beneficiary of an annexation and development agreement, which is a contract between the city and Glenwood Meadows, specifically authorizing 300 commercial apartment units. We are proud to present this project, which has been 20 years in the making, to finally fulfill the long anticipated planned residential component of Glenwood Meadows, which our comprehensive plan strongly encourages. Which we know will bring much needed infill workforce housing to an area close to town, close to transit, close to shopping, close to recreational and other amenities, and specifically designed and planned for up to 300 apartment units. And the icing on the cake is a 5,000 square foot daycare facility on site with electric vehicle service and transit stops. Now to introduce the applicant, David Levin will say a few things.
I can see everyone. Good evening, counselors, and thank you for your time. My name is David Levin. I'm a co-founder of the BLD Group. We have several members of our team here in person and others via Zoom. BLD Group is a family-owned business with strong ties to the Valley. My partner and I each have owned homes here for almost 40 years, which makes us sensitive to the needs and the desires of the community. Over the past 35 years, we have entitled, developed, and owned thousands of multifamily apartments throughout the country. We have built a legacy apartment development business, and we already have the next generation actively involved. We are proud of the product we build, which is of high quality and caters specifically to the communities in which we operate. BLD Group builds each project with a focus on the tenant's needs, desires, as well as that of the community at large. No detail is too small. We are involved in every step of the way from designing the site plan to the placement of the cabinet panels. In this case, as you will see during our presentation, we have gone to great length to submit an application that contains no variances to the Glenwood Springs Development Code. We are also including 15 apartment homes in the voluntary affordable housing program that will be rent restricted at 100% AMI in response to hearing community concerns on affordable housing, as well as implementing a local preference policy for tenants which corresponds with the city's newly enacted affordable housing requirements. Additionally, we have a strong focus on things like site accessibility to public transportation, resident amenities, and also community amenities such as the daycare center and public open space. How this translates to our business plan is simple. We want to build and hold our assets long-term. We are not flippers. We manage them to the highest quality. This evening, you'll be hearing from our local professional team, many of whom you may already know. Again, thank you for your time, and we look forward to walking you through our presentation and answering your questions. Thank you.
Thanks, David. All right, here's our team. I've listed everybody up there except our architect, Richard Koba, who I believe is on Zoom if we have any architectural questions. Again, I'm going to try and keep this brief. Normally on a site plan, no variances, I leave it to the planner for the most part, but there are, given the climate of what we've seen in the past couple months, I just want to differentiate this project from a legal perspective to, for example, an annexation. This is not an annexation. This property was annexed in 2002. And in 2002, Robert McGregor was the developer. And that's when rooms were packed with people. The annexation process took 3 years. I think Carl may have been around for that. So point is, this property went through that process 20 years ago. And the result of that process, the annexation was approved and specifically entitled for up to 300 commercial apartment units in this zone district. At that time, the impacts of development were studied and ultimately approved, including density, housing, traffic, water and sewer, debris flow, and off-site impacts. This is the original zoning bubble diagram. Trent showed this initially. Our parcel is in the residential neighborhood there. The lofts are actually in the mixed use area right there. And that's why the lofts are not subject to that 475 unit cap. This is the ultimately approved and surveyed zone district map. You can see we're red, we are R3, which is now RH. If you look at this map under the city's new zoning code, residential high density. This is a very important slide. It's the comprehensive plan's future land use map. Just under that asterisk right in the middle is this parcel. It's in brown. Brown, according to our comp plan, future land use designation is multifamily residential. And you can see there really aren't that many areas that are designated multifamily residential, and there are only a couple that are unbuilt. This is one of them. As part of that annexation, this landowner prior to the annexation made a few contributions to the city. And we just want to point those out for anyone who might be questioning, what did the Meadows annexation do for the city? In '97, they sold four acres to the Yampa School at a low price. In '99, they exchanged 37 acres in Glenwood Meadows for development of the community center, which we all love and enjoy now. In 2000, they exchanged 36 acres to the Rafton MOC sites in exchange for system improvement fee credits. As part of the annexation process, the developer of the Glenwood Meadows dedicated a lot, including the 210 acres of open space that we all enjoy on our mountain bikes and our runs all the time. They built soft trails up there, provided land for the community gardens. They dedicated a bunch of water rights to the city. They dedicated a lot of infrastructure, very high cost, including one half of the costs to complete the river trail from 8th and Midland to the community center at a cost of over $500,000. They completed a $400,000 river trail. They coordinated, designed, funded $3.25 million for both exit 114 roundabouts and installation. Coordinated and funded $2 million of 8th and Midland intersection improvements. Funded $500,000 for the sewer system, including a lift station. And they coordinated and designed and funded $600,000 for the Midlands and East and West Meadows Drive intersection improvements. These are the offsite traffic and other improvements that the developer made. In today's dollars, it's over $14 million. Additionally, 2004 on-site infrastructure was over $9 million. Improvements include all roadways and utilities within the Glenwood Meadows, all debris flow mitigation structures that protect Glenwood Meadows, which, as I might say, performed admirably over the past year compared to Glenwood Canyon, the community center, Midland Avenue, and Rafter facilities. Again, operation and maintenance, those debris flow mitigation structures are a total of $300,000 to date, and those obligations are ongoing. In 2004, they sold 5-acre park and ride site to RAFTA at a bargain price. And not to mention the tax funding that has rolled off this property over the past 15 years, which is approximately $66 million. That includes retail sales tax for the Glenwood Meadows, hotels tax, and property tax collected from Glenwood Meadows, which exceeds $1.2 million just for the past 15 years. Like Trent said, and as you are all aware, there was discussion with staff about an interpretation of the annexation agreement. And as a result, this applicant voluntarily agreed to $475,000, which is half the cost to upgrade the lift station, which we understand would serve the remaining capacity of Glenwood Meadows, all of it, not just for this development. And there are cost recovery implications in there, but this applicant will be funding that at the time of building permit. There is an additional traffic impact fee, despite the fact that the ADA says that future applicants do not have to pay one. These guys did. $500 per unit, potentially is up to $150,000. This body saw that and ratified that back in May. Not to mention the impact fees that would be thrown off this project, estimated around $2.7 million. This project is not subject to the affordable housing regulation. It was filed back in December. But we've heard from staff, we've heard from the planning commission, I've heard from you guys. I know it's a very important issue. And so they've agreed to pony up voluntarily. But when you look at the landowner, Glenwood Meadows, and what they've done for voluntary community housing, in my opinion, it could be the most successful affordable housing project in town. 60 units at 40, 60, and 80% of AMI. They completed that in 2013, which was 8 years prior to the community housing ordinance. If you take just the residential high density zone district, 60 of those units out of the 475 is 12.6%. And that is average of 80% AMI. And that's better than the current resolution requirement. This applicant in particular has heard the concerns of the city. Even though they're not subject to it, they've agreed to place 15 units into the Affordable and Workforce Housing Program, which restricts rent at 100% of AMI. If you do the math after that, 21% of the units in the Meadows would be deed restricted, more than double the current standard. Additionally, the city's affordable housing requirement has a resident occupied requirement, which is 20%. We know that the lofts is at 65%. So we're fairly certain we're going to meet it. Nonetheless, we've offered to implement a preference for local residents to the extent we ever get close to that 20% number. And that's in an attachment to your packet. I know you're sick of hearing how much we need housing, but it's true. These are the types of units that we need. Teachers, nurses, servers, baristas, firefighters, unemployed. I don't know if Dr. Stein's still here, but we've heard the stories that 2 out of every 3 teachers that are offered a job can't take it because they can't find housing. I know we have it at my business as well. The Glenwood Springs Economic Development Strategy, find my notes real quick. As far as the need for housing, I just want to point it out again. Even our economic development strategy, the #1 priority is new housing and construction growth opportunities. And that's not a 10-year-old document, that's 2018. Quote, the limited availability of workforce housing has constrained the ability to house both local and regional workers. Glenwood Springs' identity as the premier shopping and leisure destination in the county. Supporting new regional housing will ease housing prices, create more available housing units for employees working in the city, and grow regional demand for local city businesses. Even more recently in 2019, the Greater Roaring Fork Housing Study came out, finalized April 1st, 2019. Study after study has documented unaffordable housing prices, inventory shortages, and ever expanding community shed for workers. It called what we're in a housing emergency. And the only way to alleviate that emergency is to put more units online. We documented a huge shortfall of over 2,000 units, especially in the missing middle, which is 120 to 160% of AMI. And even more recently in July, in the citizens poll that you commissioned, the number one priority for some citizens themselves was help to provide workforce housing to those local workers in lower moderate paying jobs. So I know you hear this over and over, but this is the type of project that will at least help alleviate our housing concerns. Within the comp plan, of course, depicts this property as multifamily. And within multifamily, we've done what we can to provide a diversity of housing types. From studios all the way up to 3 bedrooms. We want these units not just for the single barista, but also for folks with families as well, to build a community up there. These are the criteria for approval. Again, this is a site architectural plan review, really talking about consistency with standards and codes. I'm not going to go over all of these, Trent did it, but I want to point out the comp plan not only depicts this as multifamily, but it states that it strongly encourages the development of the planned residential component for Glenwood Meadows, including live, work, bars, housing, and apartments. That's what this is. Daycare. You guys have talked about it over and over. This project from the beginning has incorporated a 5,000 square foot daycare facility, and fairly fortuitous, today's online edition was an article. How about the city is having trouble finding workers? And the city manager was quoted, as was the police chief. 2 of the main concerns were housing and daycare. And that's what this project is bringing to the table. Specifically, the project benefits here are a lot. The Meadows is a master plan community. It was annexed to the city. This housing was always intended to be there. These apartments were always allowed there. Close to shops, restaurants, public transit, with infrastructure already in place. This is transit oriented. It's a half mile from the West Glenwood Park and Ride, adjacent to a bus stop. Although, in my opinion, the annexation and development agreement requires the city to take and maintain the streets, this applicant is offering to maintain them themselves. Talking about housing costs, this site provides the residents options adjacent to public transportation and bike paths, reducing transportation needs. There will be an electric shuttle bus from the clubhouse down to the Rafta Park and Ride and Wolfson bus stops. It's within walking distance, obviously, of the Glenwood Meadows shops, restaurants, which has already accounted for over 25% of all retail sales in Glenwood Springs. It's adjacent to the 200-acre Wolfson Mountain Park. Is itself providing 2.7 acres of parks, which Jason will talk about soon. Obviously, it's close to the community center, and the child care center, in my opinion, is huge. And it's not just for folks that live in these apartments, it's open to the public as well. I just had young children, and it was so hard to find daycare for them. It's like, feel that. I'm gonna move this over to Jason James from DHM to talk about the site plan and specific design elements.
Thank you, Chad. Good evening, council. My name is Jason James, and I'm a landscape architect. Excuse me. I'm a landscape architect with DHM Design. Our office is on Main Street in Carbondale. And I'm going to talk a little bit this evening about some of the physical characteristics and the physical design of the project. And I'd like to go back just very briefly to the future land use map. Chad hit all of these high points. When you reference the asterisk on the map, the important point there is that identifies the Glenwood Meadows area as a secondary center in the city of Glenwood Springs. And so what that does, even with the underlying zoning that is consistent with the application, is the connectivity to the mixed use, to the commercial center, transit, and access to trails, access to recreation, access to community amenities. So the consistency with that is important, as well as I'll talk about a little bit of the connectivity within the project. And so it's important to understand that context as well. When we talk about basis of design, we're talking about the overlying regulatory, so the Glenwood Meadows zoning and development plan, the development agreement, as well as the city of Glenwood Springs development codes. We also talk about the physical characteristics of the site that are unique to the site that we need to respond to, and then the community needs and the community desires. And so we'll go over a few of these bullet points. I'll do that over the course of looking at a few illustrative images of the project that give you a sense of the lay of the land. and the character of the project as well. So I'd like to start with a quick overview of the illustration of the plan of the project. And so to orient you, Wolfson is up on the top of the screen, and so immediately off the screen is the commercial area of Glenwood Meadows. Off the bottom of the screen is the mountain park and ultimately Red Mountain. And you can see the arrangement of the project is 13 residential buildings in 3 rows with an additional clubhouse building on the upper right hand of the screen that contains community amenities as well as the daycare. Included in the project is a number of detached garages. Trent mentioned those, and I'll talk about those a little bit on another slide. Additionally, there are amenity spaces in between the buildings to create outdoor spaces for people to gather. And those are not included in those park numbers that we've been talking about. Those are other passive open spaces. The project is required to supply 2 parks of 1 acre. There is a 1 acre active park and a 1.75 acre passive park, as well as passive open spaces at the end of the rows of buildings. So supplying significantly greater activated and open spaces than are required as a part of the application. The road and pedestrian circulation and the arrangement of the buildings are directly responding to the grade conditions of the site. Trent did talk a little bit about the sloping nature of the site that's within the constraints that are set by the development code, but certainly is something that drives the organization and the arrangement of the site. You see from this section, it goes from top to bottom of the project that some of the considerations that were extraordinarily important in laying out the site plan was limiting the amount of total cut and fill under any particular place on the site, catching up with the existing grade as quickly as possible at the top and the bottom to limit the total amount of ground disturbance, as well as, what was my third point? I've just lost it. And trying to balance the cut and fill on the site. We don't want to run a huge number of trucks on or off the site. And so trying to find that sweet spot of manipulating the grade just enough to create pads for the buildings and to create roadways for the circulation system. As a part of that, we wanted to be creative and take advantage of some of, turn what is a challenge on the site into some advantageous uses and some amenities. In the lower left corner of this image, you can see where there are retaining walls that help step the site up in grade. We've taken that opportunity to build enclosed garages. And that's not necessarily an amenity that you often see in an apartment project, but it was very easy to find this space because we needed to retain the grade anyway. And obviously, when you're talking to people about what they're looking for in a home, a garage is always very high on the list. And so an excellent opportunity to turn a challenging site into an amenity for the community. In this image, you can see pretty clearly from a bird's eye view. This is looking a little bit to the south and to the east, the stepping nature of the grade on the site. This image is also intended to illustrate some of the connections off of the site. There are 2 specific places, one in the middle of the project and one on the west end, which is the lower right-hand corner in this image, where the open space and trail system is accessed from the project. And so that's through the pedestrian network all the way up off the property into that open space network. There are also 4 locations from on the property to get down onto Wolfson Road. So that's Flat Tops View Extension. That's the new intersection at Wolfson, and what a soft trail connection on the west side, and then that central spine stairway that you see coming down. So trying to create as much connectivity down to Wolfson as we could there as well. Another bird's eye view, this time looking to the north and to the east. And in this case, intended to illustrate that 1 acre more activated park. So this is an amenity within the community for the residents, including 2 pickleball courts, an open grassy area, children's playgrounds. Again, you can see the stepping nature of that space, creating a lot of kind of fun shaded spaces, places for picnic tables and benches. Again, trying to turn those grading challenges into an amenity for the project. And I would say here that as we worked very hard, and Trent mentioned that we coordinated with staff quite a bit to make sure that we identified challenges with the application and with the plan and eliminated those variances. We were also working very hard to create a site plan and building design and neighborhood character that is desirable and livable and is a place that creates a level of sustainability to be there because it's enjoyable to live there. Very important to us, this is internal connectivity. I've talked a little bit about the external connectivity. Is in between every building, both going north and south, between the buildings and east-west in front of the buildings are pedestrian connections. So those connect those amenity spaces, those open spaces in between the buildings that I've talked about. It's a network that connects to the park spaces. It connects to the offsite open space trail connections. So throughout the project, and also down to the clubhouse, the transit access and childcare, very, very important to have pedestrian connectivity throughout. Also illustrated in this image and a little bit kind of trickier to see because it's behind a tree that's down on the bottom right-hand side. You're looking at one of the detached garages. Associated with that is a secured bike storage facility. And we know this is one of those responding to community needs and desires. We know there's never enough storage. We also know that putting a bike stand out in front of the buildings, which we have in exceeding the city's code requirements for providing bike parking, that somebody's not going to park their $7,000 or $10,000 bike on a bike rack. They're going to drag it into the building or drag it into their apartment. So creating secured lockable bike storage was a priority in looking for places to add to the livability and desirability in the amenity package here. Associated with that, and obviously not shown in this picture, are the oversized closets that are within the units themselves. And then in the basement of the units, additional storage rooms that would be dedicated to each individual apartment to create that additional level of storage. So we know not that we can't overstate how important that is to people from an amenity standpoint. Maybe something that's small in terms of the conversation about the application, but when we talk to people about what they're looking for, besides the garage and a spare bedroom, storage always comes up. So we've been very attentive to those needs. This particular view is pulling back out a little bit again and looking with Red Mountain in the background. And I want to highlight here the clubhouse, which is on the lower left-hand corner of the image. And some of the numbers have already been thrown out. What that does include is a gym type facility, an exercise facility for the residents. It has an open multi-purpose room that feels like a living room, hearth room with a coffee bar. So a multi-purpose space for people to gather. Fully half of that building is dedicated to that childcare facility. And I think it was up on one of the bullets that Chad had up, depending on the age groups, that could be of sufficient size to accommodate 50 to 75 children. This is another view looking kind of straight from Glenwood Meadows Drive and a little bit up in the air at the project, the staircase connecting down to Wolfson Road. And what we wanted to illustrate here is the landscape treatment on the disturbed area up at the top of the slope. And we know that it's important to make sure that there's landscape buffering and softening. We also are dealing with some pretty tricky soil conditions here. And so the palette on the outside of the project is really intended to be reflective of and mimic the native plant palette that you see up on the base of Red Mountain. And we also have committed to continuing to work with the Parks Department to refine the plant palette for the entire project, to learn from what they've learned about what does work well and what doesn't work well in the soils here at the Meadows, as well as to make sure that the landscape plan meets the city's goals. I'll go through the buildings fairly quickly, and then if there are specific questions about the buildings, we'll get Richard, who's on Zoom, to answer those. And Trent showed a number of the building elevations, so I'll go through those fairly quickly as well. But I wanted to point out that of the 13 buildings, there are a mix of 3 different building types with 3 separate color palettes. Of the different unit types, there are actually a total of 6 different layouts for the unit types. We've talked about the garages and some of the accessibility features and the site connectivity that creates some of that accessibility. And then I also want to emphasize again that 52% of these units are either 2 or 3 bedroom. We've talked about that breakdown a number of different ways of the different unit types, but we've heard that quite a bit, and that some of those multi-bedroom units are very important, and it's a significant component of the unit mix here. So just kind of page 3, you see the different color palettes on the individual building elevations. And then as we're getting ready to close, I'd like to hand it over to Chad just one more time before we go to questions. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll just wrap it up. Again, since 2002, this parcel specifically has been entitled for up to 300 units. The city approved the lofts in the mixed use district, but that didn't affect the 300 apartment units entitled on this project. This is housing stock for the missing middle. Up until this point, we've received no adverse public comments, which I think is pretty amazing for a project this size. And what that tells me, and we'll see in a second if there are, but what that tells me is that this is the appropriate place for a project like this. You can't put these types of units next to single family homes and not get sniffed in public opposition. So this is, in my opinion, a very appropriate place, not to mention it's entitled for 300 units. So comp plan designates it for multifamily. Finally, we received a unanimous recommendation of approval from the planning commission, which again, for a project of this size, I think is pretty impressive. So thank you, and we're here for any questions.
All right, questions for the applicant? I have Tony's light. Then I think I have Paula's and then Shelley's. Go ahead, Tony.
I think Chad, the first name I forgot, the landscape architect answered a couple of my questions.
Jason.
Yeah, but could you address that pet thing real quick? I'm just curious.
My understanding is that pets will not be prohibited from these units. So you can have a dog. In fact, I believe there's a dog park incorporated into here. And are there doggy stations at the trailhead? Yes. Yes. So there are doggy poop stations at the trailhead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Paula. But
Couple questions. I noticed there's some public right-of-way access, and I also saw that obviously people who have children there in the child care center that might not live there would need access. Can you just kind of describe that a little on, you know, what's available to the public, if any is, and because I know there's parks and pools and stuff, but it sounds like that's mostly for the residents. Is that correct?
That's correct. And Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, but you can access the trailheads of the roads.
You can go through and access.
Yeah, we're going to designate 2 access points on the roads. But the internal facilities are primarily for the residents.
Okay. Not that I would wander around neighborhoods trying to drive through places, but if somebody was driving through, that's not a problem. It's not gated or anything like that.
No, it just won't be gated.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. There's a note in here about receiving approval of a related minor subdivision application is necessary. I don't know if you need to address that or Trent needs to address that, but what does that refer to exactly?
We actually have two applications. One is the site plan review application. Another is a minor subdivision application. And Trent, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's actually an administrative process.
Okay,
So you guys don't necessarily need to.
okay, I just didn't know how that tied, and I didn't quite.
Yeah, it's pending based on this decision. Yeah.
Okay. Just a minute ago, somebody referenced what people really want to see, and one of those things was spare bedrooms, and we have approved a number of developments that are studio and 1-bedroom apartments. It seems to be the prevalence of choice. Is there any opportunity to go more than 52%? And I know you're far along in the design process, but we really do need those bigger units. And is that even an opportunity at this point?
I don't think so. We're 12 months down the road. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Right.
we've over half of them are 2 and 3 bedroom. We're proud of that compared to some other projects in town. So,
Right. Okay. And then two things that kind of came up in a previous with the annexation, and one was a concern for traffic and traffic piling up. And I noticed there are 2 exits on here. One goes past another unit, the Greenwood Village. Sorry, I'm just having a hard time going now. It's Glenwood Green, which picks up another 60 units of traffic kind of coming out. And I know that you accommodated planning and zoning by making it a better access down through the middle of the development down to Wilson Road. Again, is there other opportunities for access to that road other than just those 2? Is there some kind of thing that we can do to provide more flexibility and traffic getting in and out of there in case of an emergency? And I'm just
Maybe I'll leave that
asking
to
because
Mike
that's
or
one of my
Jason.
big concerns.
I mean, we meet the standards of the code in terms
Yeah.
of circulation and the Glenwood, the one that goes by Glenwood Greens is public. It was always intended to serve this development. I'm not sure with the topography that we could accommodate additional access points. But correct me.
Just asking what I can ask right now. I have one
I know.
more. This is number two. Another concern of ours is our amount of police and firefighters. That was brought up in the previous development discussion as well. We're short of police. This again is going to increase our population. It's going to require additional security and that type of stuff. So I am looking, is there options that, this development could provide some kind of security guard system that kind of supports the police? They're not policemen. Or can you provide us some discounted apartments so that we can increase our police force? I'm just kind of looking, is there any solutions in there that you can help us with that?
I don't think we could commit to a private police force within the development. I will tell you that this is already part of the city. And so it was already entitled for this density. And so the city anticipated having to serve it. On the other hand, if you read the paper today, the chief says one of the reasons we can't find police is that we don't have housing for them.
Right.
That
they can afford.
Yeah, these are free market apartments.
Yeah.
And 15 of them will be deed restricted to 100% of AMI. So they're going to pay system improvement fees. Those don't go specifically to the police station, but
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just addressing some of the things that I've been thinking about.
Yeah, yeah. But unlike an annexation where it is truly negotiation, this is already part of the city. So.
Right, and I understand that. This is more of its own. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Just a couple of quick questions on the 15 units in the voluntary affordable program. I think a 5-year commitment was put on that. I haven't heard that 5 years mentioned tonight. Are you guys willing to put that in permanently or for the length of our inclusionary code? Is that a permanent restriction?
Well, yeah, real quick, because there's the voluntary program, which
It's 20 years.
Okay.
so the buy down, well, the pay down is
Pay down is
20 years, but you can opt out at any
You
time.
can opt out at any time.
No, we
Is
changed
that
the
where-
opt-out. I believe the opt-out
We-
was changed to.
But you can opt out after the first year, you just have to pay it all back.
Back,
Yeah.
right, it's just the amount.
Is that what we're talking about?
I don't, I was gonna have to tell you. Yes, our 15 units are in that program.
Okay.
Yes,
So
that is what we're talking about.
So I think Shelley's question was, are you committing to only 5 years or are you committing to more than 5 years to stay in the program?
But we're committing to what the program is.
Which is
That
20
was our
years.
offer. 20 years, but you can opt out.
Right, you
just
can
have
opt
to
out
pay
at
in
any
the first
time.
5
You just have to
years.
pay it.
Yeah, at the planning commission, I know Hannah came up and explained the program to the applicant. And after that, we discussed it, we looked at the deed restriction, and so,
Sorry, I was just corrected to it's actually 30 years.
yeah, I thought it was 32. I thought it was after 5, you get a certain amount. and it's
Yeah, then it starts going down. So I think really Shelley's question was just like, you're staying in the program, you're anticipating staying in the program for the life of the program.
Yeah, that's the only way we get our fees back.
Right, no, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Some of the
There's-
some of the materials talked about 5 years.
Right.
Which is the reason why the question.
Yes.
Okay, so at the planning commission level, our offer of affordable housing was a 5-year commitment, and
Okay.
that was it.
Okay.
And then planning commission asked Hannah to come up and explain to the applicant the voluntary fee waiver program. And after that, we responded with, okay, find 15 units in that program per your request. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, again, I asked this of Trent, but I think he deflected this to you all. Is any type of schedule on the clubhouse and the daycare?
Well, it's all in phase. We haven't developed a phasing plan for construction yet, if that's the question.
Right.
There will be a development agreement with the city that requires all of the public infrastructure to be in place with a bond. So it's all being built at once. I can't tell you if we've got already a phasing plan for the buildings themselves.
Usually the clubhouse.
So I'm being told usually the clubhouse gets built first. So that is.
Yeah, is there any way to tie that to like CO of the initial blank amount of units or something?
Yes, I mean, the way we usually do this is if you've got a multi-building project, you say, okay, by the time the third CO is issued, the clubhouse will be in, for example. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm
If it's
asking,
okay with
yeah.
council, depending on where this goes, if you gave me the discretion to sort of negotiate that piece.
Come up with a number. I just
Come up with
want
a
to
number.
see that come online.
Yeah, absolutely. I
at the-
understand what
yeah.
you're getting at.
So Shelley, I can commit to that.
Okay.
I can commit to that. By the time the third residential building CO is issued, the community center will be in place, if not before.
Okay, I think that's awesome.
Okay.
Okay, and then I had a question on energy efficiency of the buildings. Do you guys have a target that you work towards? Or because,
No, sorry, we don't have a target.
okay,
We're going by the building code.
okay. Next question, EV charging. You mentioned EV charging. Is that just related to the clubhouse or will there be, EV charging stations? I know you can get grants through the state to pay for like 80% of the stations. And just looking forward in your parking garages and public, parking for the units, just it might be better to plan that in. There are grants available for private multifamily buildings.
Yeah, the intention is absolutely to accommodate electric vehicle charging stations.
Okay, the
And
next
understand
question.
kind of the larger energy demand associated with more electrification projects.
Okay, and then same, like maybe in your bike parking storage areas, just if you'll consider having electricity in there, because with this steep site, I think everybody up there is gonna want it.
Yeah, that consideration
I would.
is very important as well. Yeah, that's a good point.
Just something to think about. And then my last one was engineering. Public Works had made some comments about the roads. I know you guys are intending to keep the roads, but just wondering the response to their comment. I think one was about adequate snow storage off of the roads, and then the other one was just, strength development of the road, the thickness of the asphalt and stuff, just for longevity of the project.
We understand
I've
the
seen what
condition of
happens to the roads out there.
and so we responded to the material comment. Mike, can you address that?
My name is Mike Greshik. I'm a project engineer with High Country Engineering, 1517 Lake. Yeah, the pavement section will be in accordance with what they've had success up in Glenwood Meadows with. So whatever the geotech recommends, what Public Works has had good success with, that's what will be specified.
Okay. Thank you.
Charlie.
So I understand it, this section of the Meadows development is authorized up to 300 units, right?
That's right.
Yeah, and you're building all 300 units. And although you have different bedroom sizes, what I see is 13. Would probably be a little more, less of a bed. It's like 13 boxes. And I'm concerned that there isn't any kind of diversity in design or any thought of maybe having different types of building units, some townhomes or some other types of duplexes or something other than 13, large buildings in a row. And I understand gentlemen talk about, we did this because of the elevation, but that satisfies how you can build it on the elevation. It doesn't give us a whole lot of diversity in the design that I see. Am I missing something?
We've designed this specifically to the Glenwood Meadows design standards, which is what we're required to do.
I don't agree with that, Chad, but okay. Did you consider townhomes or anything else within this, or did you just try to build to get 300 units?
This project was a 300 unit apartment complex project. We've worked with staff to increase the elevations, the quality of the elevations on these, responded to every question they have. There is potentially another 115 units that could go up there, that potentially could be townhomes or single family homes or
I understand, but that's not part of this particular applicant's development, correct?
not this application.
Right,
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah, that, somebody else might buy that, and do something with it.
Or they could.
Yeah, or these people could, right? All right. The other question I had, you said this is meeting, I think you used the word missing middle. What are you talking about for rents?
So, their market rent, except for those ones that are restricted to 100% AMI, we anticipate they'll be similar to the lofts, which we've heard Richard Myers say is 1,500 for a studio, up to 2,800 for a 3-bedroom. So.
And so you think a $2,800 rent for 3 bedrooms is hitting the missing middle, the police and those type of people, the teachers?
Yeah, I do. And I don't have it here. But the studio, the $1,500 amount is something like 120% AMI. So.
But that's not $2,800. I'm a teacher, I'm making $60,000 a year, I've got a family and with a couple of kids, how do I afford to rent one of your 3-bedroom units?
Rents are only gonna keep going up unless.
Ken, I understand that, but
I know you're trying to make a point, but these, I mean, these are market rate apartments and we're gonna rent them out at market rate, except for those 15 units. And I don't, I mean,
okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Wish you were that hard on the list with development, Mr. Wildman.
All right, I have a few questions. You talked about the. I love this mask pen, by the way. You talked about the daycare. You said 50 to 70 children is expected to serve.
yes.
And does that include, would you be committing to any infant toddler slots or have you gone that far?
We've not gone that far. I assume we will.
Okay. And how large is the playground that's dedicated to the childcare portion of the clubhouse? Do you know that?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but it is sized to state standards. So
Okay.
I can pull up a plan here. and do it.
So regulations, I think, are 75 square feet per child. It's less if it's infant and toddler, but desired is 100. So 7,000 square feet is kind of what you'd be looking at if you had 70.
Yeah, in that neighborhood.
Okay. Jason, while you're up here, beautiful job on that step down park. That is really cool. If I ever have something that I need designed in my yard, I would be able to afford you, I'm sure. But it was really cool, really imaginative. It was really cool. So that's not a question. Sorry, I'm doing my own role. So did BLD build Glenwood Greens in 2013? That's a separate developer. I'm having a hard time understanding how it seems to be like we're trying to conflate or we're trying to get credit for 60 units that a decade ago, another builder built on another parcel of the land. So I guess my question is, can we also claim the lofts and you know, at 10%, the lofts should have, you know, 30 affordable housing units as well. So is that included in here? And then if a future developer does another development on another parcel around the lofts, do they get to also claim these? I mean, I'm having a hard time squaring that.
Check.
I get it. Glenwood Meadows owned the Glenwood Greens parcel and was instrumental in constructing that. Glenwood Meadows owns this parcel. This is the residential high district. And our point was, this is the planned residential component of Meadows, not necessarily the lofts, which isn't providing any affordable housing. In that district, we're above the current affordable housing standards, even though this application is not subject.
We have a developer who thinks 300 units is a
Big deal.
Where are we? Are we
Public
on
comment.
public comment? Thank you. Does anybody from the public, would anybody from the public like to speak to this topic? You have 3 minutes. Good, bad, indifferent. Anybody online? Alyssa? Seeing none
We have one person online.
with their hand up?
Yeah.
Okay. Sir, you hold on a sec. Just hold on a sec. Let's take the online comment first. Jennifer, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Do you have public comment on this?
Yes, thank you.
Jennifer, can you give us your full name?
Yes.
And yes.
Yes, my name's Jennifer Vanyan. I live at 1016 Minter in the city. Well, I fail to understand why we continue to put thousands of new persons into the system and don't address the waste system. This and every other development should be required to have doorside pickup of food waste because we have an ongoing compost out at the landfill that should be utilized. And this would be a perfect opportunity. This and the last 1,000 that we put in this summer. If all of those apartment buildings had curbside pickup for compost, that would cut a tremendous amount of waste out of the landfill. Plus, I would really like to see mandatory recycling on these projects. And I'd also like to see more talk about the way they face the sun or don't face the sun, utilize the sun's warmth for the apartments, maybe have some green roofs, maybe have some solar. I think we need to pick it up a little. These are kind of the same old ideas, and we're heading into a new paradigm, and I think it would be beneficial to address problems before they happen. But my biggest concern is the landfill. So I'd really like to see that compost, and I'd like to see some recycling that's mandatory from these developers. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Sir, thank you for your patience.
Robert McGregor, 3925 County Road 154. I wasn't quite sure whether I could come up as a member of the public or I am the signer, co-applicant on the development, but I'll keep it very brief because Chad is restricted by how he can present the case. You obviously have to listen to this application on its own merits, but I did want to reveal to Councillor Willman that we actually have a contract with these developers for a phase 2, and they are contemplating a townhouse product for all of that. So as I say, it's not something Chad can speak to because he's the BLD attorney, but I have that. Obviously, there can't be a phase 2 without a phase 1, but I happen to know the developers quite well by now because it's taken such a very long time to go through process that I've got to know them personally, and they are very keen to push ahead with the phase 2. So it's not meant to influence your decision tonight, but assuredly townhouses are in line. And I'd also throw out another teaser. Obviously, we're going to use up our allowances for this, but I have been approached by affordable housing developers, and if they're interested in seeing affordable housing at scale, and it takes scale to get institutional money, we will still have land left over. It's a separate conversation, but the point is these things have to come in segments where you can actually attract institutional money to a marketplace like this. It's something I failed to do in the first 18 years, but now it's here. It's very exciting, and you can use it as your own tool to get some of the things you want done, including affordable housing. So that's what I want to say.
Nice quick question for you.
Oh, sure.
Are those, you said townhomes?
Townhomes, yes.
Are they going to be for sale units or rental?
Discussing how that works, but definitely we hear loud and clear that there's a desire for a more for sale product. And also those new units will be subject to the codes you've now introduced for affordable housing. So some of them will meet your new codes, as you've heard. What we've got is entirely voluntary. And just touching on that, because somebody else raised it, one of the revisions to the annexation and development agreement, our ongoing contract with you, absolutely recognize that we were paying forward with those 60 units specifically for this property. Just want to clear that up. This isn't some bait and switch. On the contrary, I got that done. I am the single biggest provider of affordable housing in the city in the last 30 years, and I'm proud of that. I also add to my record, South Glenwood, we did the teachers units down there. So that's it. That's 3 minutes ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Anybody else from the public like to comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to council. I think we've decided we're going to do comments first and then seek a motion. So go ahead, Councilor Hershey.
Mr. Mayor, can I just respond?
Yes.
Okay, briefly.
You're gonna disagree with Robert.
I'm not going to disagree. I just want to point out the lack of public opposition to this project. Okay, again, it's amazing to me, and I think it's the appropriate place for this project. And Charlie, previously, when I was trying to dig out AMI numbers, 100% of AMI for studios in Garfield County is $1,547. 120% of AMI for 3-bedroom in Garfield County is $2,755. So just for reference. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could just make my comment briefly, because it follows up on what Chad said. I'm not surprised, but I think it's noteworthy that there isn't the public outrage here that you had for the Donegan and the West Glenwood project, which, as Chad reminded me of an attorney on a docket whose client before him had just been sentenced to death and had committed kidnapping, and now his client had committed murder. So he's like, oh my God, I better really address those issues, but it's totally different. This is, and Mr. Mayor, you've asked me, why are you supporting this and not this? And I think those are fair questions, but this is different. This is classic infill, and that's kind of an up valley word, but that's what this is. This is building within the growth area. Other than Jennifer Banyan, and her concerns are warranted, I haven't heard, there hasn't been, Trent said there wasn't one comment about this, negative or positive, and tonight no one has really commented negatively about this project, so I'm going to support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Any other comments? Paula and then Shelley.
I appreciate what Tony's saying. I still have concerns on my own on, does this quite fit into what we think for our small town community? In reference to the fact that there are impacts on traffic that we're going to have with another 300 units in West Glenwood. And those are going to feed into our highway systems and our emergency exit plans and those type of things. So, that is one area that I'm concerned about. The other one I'm concerned about is our lack of a lack of enough policemen to take care of our community right now as it is. And again, we're adding more population, so we'll have to take that on and handle that. And maybe with the increased population, that'll be an increased tax base, and that allows an opportunity to hire more people. But the problem is we can't even hire them. We're stuck there. I mean, we're trying to figure out different ways to incentivize, and we have nothing to offer people that entices them here. And I feel like we've done a pretty good job of trying to entice employees to the city of Glenwood. We changed a few months ago. We changed the base pay for many of our employees, including our police and emergency officers. So I'm having a hard time just trying to fit these numbers into our community right now. And it goes back to previous discussions we've had about this. And then, looking at Charlie said earlier, there is not really diversity of housing in here. And I was, it was told within our packet, and I read it through, and I read it a couple of times, this, explanation that, there's a variety of housing in the number of units. And I don't think that was the intent of diversity of housing on a certain amount of acreage. I think diversity of housing meant different things available, whether it's townhomes, apartments and that type of stuff. So I appreciate the fact that it's on the docket, but that's not what we're right now. So at this point, I think there's some things still to resolve. And so I would have difficulty passing this tonight.
Sean.
Guess I'm thinking I also have reservations, but I'm intrigued that there have been no public comments for or against this project. It does comply with with the Glenwood Meadows agreements. And also that P&Z and staff are both recommending approval. I'm also feeling that, we're having issues hiring and keeping staff, just as many businesses are in the community, but so much of that comes back to the housing. And if we don't have housing to house workers and daycare to provide daycare for those workers' children, how do we bring more workers into the city? It's this kind of, catch-22. How do we solve this problem? So I would actually like to make a motion, if I may.
I think we decided earlier.
Are we gonna wait on the motion?
Yeah.
Oh, go
If you
through
don't
round
mind.
one? No, I will wait on that, but I am leaning towards approving this project. Or favoring approval for it. I would like to see those 15 additional units, some commitment to have those be deed restricted for a longer period of time than just, with our current voluntary program, you can buy your way out of that after the first year. The wording in the documentation talked about 5 years. I'd like to see that a 10-year minimum deed restriction on those additional 15 units. That's all I have to say.
Charlie and then Ingrid.
So I disagree that this project meets the design standards. Design standards talk about variety of housing and housing that promotes a diverse community of mixed ages, family types, and incomes. Another section talks about the neighborhood has to have a variety of housing types that are not, and this is just kind of homogeneous 13 boxes that have to be built this way because of the topography. There's been no attempt to do anything to say, well, we're not going to take all 300 units. We're willing to take some less units so we get a little more different style. I want to see 13 boxes. I see 13 boxes in the recently annexed parcel. I won't be thrilled with that either. I don't think that's what we need in this community. I know there's kind of a scale construction cost. I'm not trying to be naive, but I think to tell me this is going to hit the missing middle, I just don't see it. Chad, I heard the AMI numbers you gave me, but I know what people are making, and I know the problems that people are having finding housing. The people we need are the housing for the teachers, the fire people, the policemen, the nurses, those people, and some of those people are making $90,000 a year, and they can't afford this kind of rent. I mean, this is, under a lot of mortgages in today's real world. And now you're not offering for sale units, and that you don't have to. It's just multifamily, but I just don't think you've made, when I say you, the developer in this case, I don't think you've made the attempt to show us some diversified housing. Just because you have 1, 2, 3-bedroom units and some studios in these boxes doesn't give you that diversified. I can't see.
Ingrid.
Okay.
Councilor Russo.
So in making this decision, I weighed so heavily on my experience on planning and zoning, and looking at things from the code, and a code that had been vetted by the community and gave us parameters. And the applicant, until 2 weeks ago, when I threw out a moratorium, had been following that. They had also been holding this property, paying taxes on it with the anticipation of what we as a community had agreed to. And the whim of council, which I appreciate the changes throughout time, I also think you have to honor what private property rights are based on when someone made these agreements. And so while I don't think there's diversity in housing, and I think, you know, if we're all being honest, you guys know that too. But that doesn't take away from the fact that it does provide housing that in almost every survey we've seen in the community, housing is the #1 concern. Affordable is determined by the market. Unfortunately, that's not something any of us have control over. And we all do know some pretty basic economic principles that the more that it's out there, the potential that could come down in just, you know, AMI could be adjusted if we add an extra 1,000 units. And that's a burden the developer is willing to take at that point. You know, we don't know what an average, I mean, average monthly income, it has a lot of different variables. And so what I'm saying is what the average monthly income and what an average rental rate is going to be could get skewed. It could have some changes. And that's the burden that the developer will hold. So I next looked at, does it blend in the surrounding area, which is a variable that I have used in past to actually deny an application. And it does. It fits in with the surrounding area. Once again, it doesn't mean that I like the vernacular. It's kind of boxy. But what took it over the edge for me was the daycare center. A daycare center that would provide that many spaces for kids, for parents who can then get out and work. And so, you know, it's to my own chagrin that I am probably supporting this, because my preference would be that you meet the affordable housing criteria that's today, and you don't, you know, oh, but when we applied, I'd rather see more units. But I also recognize how code works, and I want to honor that.
Thank you. Ingrid, I couldn't agree with you more. I love the daycare portion of it. That is super unique. I think that is something that, as I said in my opening comments, you know, I would love to have an impact for daycare. If we did have that in place today, you guys would probably need that, possibly even exceed that. So great job. I think that's awesome. Again, Jason, great park, really cool park. I think diversity of housing is one of those things when we pass Bell Rigby, and it's hard. I don't have the experience that Councilor Russo does on P&Z. But, you know, we had Bell Rigby come before us a couple of years ago. They did like one token single family house, like check the box of diversity of housing. And it was kind of lame because it was like one house that they just shoehorned in. It was totally out of place. So I don't think that is something that that you have to do to check the box. I think that it's a real thing you should strive for. And unfortunately, I think that previous applicants where that has been a recommendation of P&Z, where P&Z has said, oh, this lacks diversity of housing, you know, they denied an application based on that and other factors. So I think that's a real thing on this, whether I agree with it or not. I think diversity of housing with all the applications and for this specific application, it is problematic. I would love personally to see this as part of a development, a 3-phase development where 2 phases are 150 of these apartments, 150 more of these apartments, and another phase with 115 townhomes. I think that would actually show, if it's under contract and if the intent is to do that, I would love to see that as one applicant, because I think that would absolutely check the box off, whether it's for sale, whether it's rental, I don't really care. So I'm very torn on this. Yeah. So, any other comments?
I agree with Bell Rigby. The reason that I voted to approve Bell Rigby is because it was better than what was already at the books. And I was pretty much told that if we didn't change it, they were going to go with what was on the books. So that's the reason I've supported Bell Rigby. I agree with you. Didn't have diversity housing either. I don't think that's an exception to my votes. It's kind of consistent.
I wasn't trying to pick I wouldn't specify you. I'm thinking-
No, but I want, so you and so the people really understand my position on this. I didn't think about Ripley had diversity. I agree with you there, and I don't think the token unit gave us diversity, but it was, the overall project was better than the original approval, and we were told they were gonna go back to that if we didn't do it. It's different than what we have here.
So
I want to make one more comment too. And that is that, you know, with the annexation, we got so much community feedback that we weren't listening to our planning commission. And on this, there were 6 members in the planning commission who all voted to support it, 6-0. And that has weight. That's credence to me.
Absolutely.
all right, so we have a motion.
Shelley does.
I'll make a motion. I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission and approve the request for a major site architectural plan review. With the recommended findings and conditions listed on pages 1 to 2 of the City Council list of motions dated November 18th, 2021. Can I add to that?
You don't actually, I think what you're trying to add, you don't actually have the authority in this plan item.
To add that.
I understand the intent, and I will do my best while finalizing the development agreement to include a longer period,
Specific time period.
a specific time frame.
And Mr. Mayor, I would second Shelley Cows' motion. Ms. Cow, I'm sorry.
So moved by Councilor Cobb, seconded by Councilor Hershey. Further conversation on the motion?
Just a question, Carl, you said the development group, does that come back in front of us again?
No, we'll incorporate all the conditions in the development agreement along with the approval representation regarding.
But we don't
You
see that.
guys don't see it again, but I did want to point out that approval representation about the clubhouse will be built by the time the 3rd building permit that'll get incorporated, as well as I'll have a conversation about on the time period for the deed restrictions on 15 units to ensure that they're there and not gone.
Charles, just to understand the rules, I'm still trying to understand the rules. If is there an opportunity if this did not pass, that we could request that they come back in 6 months with the kind of.
Yeah,
things that
well,
we just talked
if
about?
this doesn't pass, they can't come back.
Okay.
Unless it's a substantially different application.
Okay.
In less than that.
Who deems substantially different?
But there's,
And what is the criteria for that?
I couldn't tell you the correct, I mean, the first layer of decision making on that is the community development director. On whether it's a substantially or materially different application. That can be appealed to you. You will recall that has happened one or two occasions with, I mean, Jen's telling me that she's not making the decision, you guys are, so you would make that decision.
That's real time, that's a real time review.
Mr. Mayor, I also recall a question.
Did you get your question answered?
I did get.
It's not gonna matter after we vote.
We
Her
are
question
allowed
is
to comment
irrelevant.
still after a motion is made.
Yes, we
I
are.
just want clarity on that.
Yes,
Okay,
we are.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? Ryan's called the question.
Counselor Wuzo,
Yes.
Counselor Stepp,
No.
Counselor Hershey,
Yes.
Counselor Mayor Pro Tem Wellman,
No.
Mayor Grotis,
No.
Counselor Cow.
Yes.
Motion fails for 3-3.
All right. Thank you, applicants.
You know, it's interesting, Mr. Mayor, that you and Mr. Wellman approve of monstrosity. in
Can
West
we have a
Hamlet.
break?
No,
Yeah.
we don't
I
need
want-
a
I
break.
want-
No,
We'll take a break.
no,
Well, this is out of order, Tony.
it's not out of order.
Yeah, the next item on the agenda is not this conversation.
We'll have it, this community is gonna have this conversation, Mr. Mayor. but you-
We'll come back in 5 minutes at 8:35.
You're ridiculous.
6821 Silver Sage Plan Unit Development Extension of Vested Rights.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to keep my part of this very brief to allow you any questions of staff, but mostly of the applicant. So this is a consideration of a request for a 3-year extension of vested rights for the Silver Sage Planned Unit Development. So this was originally an item that was approved by City Council in 2013, which included a planned unit development, major development, and major subdivision. Aspects of that agreement call for 21 multifamily units and 38 duplex units. The multifamily units have been built. Those are the school district units that are out towards the airport. And it's the 38 duplex units that are mostly the item before you this evening for this extension of the vestment period. Currently in the agreement, the vestment period ends July 17th of 2022. So that's this upcoming summer. The applicant is being very proactive in taking care of this ahead of time, which staff greatly appreciates. An extension of a vested right can be extended by community development director if it's a year, but if it's 3 years, it needs to come to council. So that's why we have this application before you this evening. The items included in your packet was the original action letter, also the subdivision and improvements agreement, the PUD, and also a map of a conservation easement that this application is actually working on with the city. You've actually seen this conversation before you. I believe Brian was presenting to you the last time, and also their completed land use application. So in their narrative, they do discuss that the reason for the extension request has to do with how long the conservation easement documents and agreements are taking to complete. So that is why they're asking for this. Staff is recommending approval of the 3-year extension of the vested rights with two conditions attached. For a site-specific development plan to be submitted within the new vested period by July 17th, 2025, and that all the previous approvals and conditions of the plan unit development would hold true for this. So with that, I'll open it up for questions. We do have the applicant here to give a presentation. If you need to see any of the application materials, I can bring those up as well. Thank you very much.
I would just follow along on this, just in the world of trying to get anything done, as you know, this is one of those properties we're looking at the conservation easement on. That 1 year probably just isn't really going to get it done with everything that needs to happen. Hence the 3 years versus just the CDD's 1 year.
So this would mean how many more units?
This is 38 duplex units to complete their approved development.
When was this approved?
Originally 2013 and revised again in 2016.
Okay, thanks.
I'm confused. I tried to find it here. I just read it. It takes a long time to do conservation easement. What, since 2016, what's happened with the conservation easement?
Well, as you recall, this got approved. And then we've seen a couple of plans, but it was kind of an updated approach to do the conservation easement that we started looking at. I don't know if Mike's still in the room. I can't remember what year that was with COVID in the middle of everything. So that's, we've been trying to work on this trail idea and get the easements in place for all of that. But it's important for purposes of the conservation easement that they maintain their current vested approvals for purposes of calculating the kind of the tax credit potential that's associated with and what makes it valuable to put it into a conservation easement, hence the request for the extension. So from my perspective, it's just like do the 3 years.
I do understand the need for the best of the trade.
Yeah.
That was a question.
Yeah, I mean, I think
what's happened over 5 years.
Well, a lot of this, I think, from my perspective, is that they remember council took a look at this and said, yeah, we're interested in it, but you need to go, put together those last pieces as far as the trail connection easements. So that's kind of just sort of, you would be the recipient of that conservation easement. You being happy with where it's at is a critical component before it can move forward.
And it's 3 years.
And it's a 3-year extension.
Yeah, I had a question about how many deed restricted units the school, the school has within this project, but I found it 17 of 21. Yeah. So
yeah.
Any other questions?
That 17 of 21 of those that were just built, or 17 of 21 of the new?
I'll let staff answer.
They're already built.
There is.
That's
And
what I thought.
occupied.
Yeah.
Trying to see. Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay. Would the applicant like to speak?
Hi there, Mike Maple, 1250 Mountain View Drive in Aspen. Thank you for hearing this request for an extension of vested rights. To clarify, real estate development takes a really long time. The application for this particular site actually started in 2007. It was a long process for a lot of different reasons, but we finally had some approvals in 2013. And then we came back before this board in 2016 after we had reached an agreement with the school district to build these affordable housing units. Initially, the school district committed to 3 of the 5 buildings, and actually they took a 4th of the 5 buildings. So anyways, those were completed in 2018. We spent some time focusing on the entitlements here and the development of 38 townhome units. But a couple of years ago, I think it's been more than 2 years ago, we decided that the idea of the conservation easement was of interest to us, and we thought of interest to the community. So we've been working on it for 2 years already, at least. And as Carl well said, we still have a ways to go. So in order to continue to pursue that, we need more time, hence the request for vested extension of vested rights. I would say that the conditions for acceptance of this conservation easement and the potential dedication of this land to the city of Lemon Springs, 50 acres. This site is today very heavily used. There's bandit trails have been on it for much longer than we've owned it, which is about 25 years. If any of you have been on these trails, which I suspect some of you have, it is a well-trod path. The condition of approval that you all made for the conservation easement was a trail connection to Airport Road. We have not yet secured that, but we are prepared to move forward on this immediately. Should you be willing to waive that connection to Airport Road. We think that this, as it is today, as the community uses it today, this is a fantastic piece of land. We'd like to give it to you.
Questions for the developer? Okay, is there anybody from the public that would like to comment? Yeah.
First thing I want
Ma'am, could you please come up and speak into the microphone? Give us your name if you're a resident, and you have 3 minutes.
I live in Cardiff Glen.
What's your name, ma'am?
Oh, Ann Stewart. And I live in Cardiff Glen, and I'm curious, where exactly is this new development going to be?
So on the
The
hills.
new units
Yeah.
that she was talking about.
So potentially, where the new teacher housing is on the west side of Airport Road?
Yeah, up
Like
on that.
behind there.
Oh, behind, up on the hill.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. My main concern is, first, I just want to state that my family moved here almost 68 years ago. So I've seen a lot of changes in Valley. And my main concern for a development at that end is this. Infrastructure is overwhelming. We don't have the infrastructure that we need in that part of Glenwood to accommodate more development. And I've lived in Cardiff Glen since 2003. I bought one of the townhomes. I love living there. But with fire season, I have a real concern because we really have only one exit out. And my concern is if we had to evacuate. There's tons of cars that are already on Midland, already coming out of Cardiff. And then we add more, and we've got the new development that, you know, is just being done. And I can't remember exactly how many units, but there's probably 80 cars there. They're coming out of that spot. There is no other exit except there for us to go. My concern with that development is the escape, I don't know how to word it, you guys, seriously, I'm not very good at doing stuff like this.
You're doing great.
But the bottom line is, we can't approve something more there until South Bridge exists, so that we at least have another way out. Prim Road has a gate, and that goes into private property, but maybe in an emergency that could be opened for those of us that are in Cardiff at least could go through that. But that's not fair to those people who have the private property either. But I think we need to start looking at how those kinds of things impact, because there's an underlying chronic thing in the summer or during fire season when we had no moisture, and it was like anytime you heard thunder, you're sitting there going, let it not be any place near where we are, because you put thousands of cars on the road trying to escape when there's not any space. That's my main concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. You did great.
Well, thank you. I don't know, but thank you.
Anybody else from the public? Okay, I'll bring it back to council for further questions or motion. Yes.
Carl, we're not approving a development right now. All we're doing is
No.
approving an extension.
Yeah, the development technically was approved back in 13 and modified in 17. And so this is an extension of the vested rights period, meaning the time period under which it could be developed, recognizing that the entire purpose of this exercise is so that we can protect it from future development via a conservation easement.
Carl, is this, in your opinion, is this, or maybe this is a Gen question, is the land that's in the conservation easement developable with hillside preservation?
Yeah, that's why it was approved. I mean, it's an approved development.
No, I understand. I'm sorry. Is the conservation easement portion of it, the stuff that would be set aside for us?
Yeah, because it includes where those 38 units would have been built. Okay, that's what makes it valuable as conservation easement, is you're taking development out of the development world and maintaining it as in the state that it is today. So the answer to the question is yes, it's developable, and yes, they have entitlements to develop it. And that's what makes the conservation easement tax credits valuable, is that it's the differential between the restricted value of the property underneath the conservation easement and the market value of the property as a development.
And if we extend this, how many units can be built? How many additional units can be built?
It's already approved.
But I'm saying is if it expires.
But if it
we don't-
expires, right, if it expired, if you extend it, I believe it's 38.
There's 38 units, yeah, that are under this approval. If it expired, you know, in theory, they could come back with a different proposal.
Okay.
But yes, just to be clear, and I should have shown you, I included the map of where the conservation easement is, but it is in place of the 38 units. It's not both. If they're successful with what they're trying to do. The 38 units would go away, and it would be a conservation easement where those trails are.
Okay. Yeah.
And planning item 6821, Silver Sage Plan Unit Development Extension of Vested Rights. I'm going to make a motion to approve a 3-year extension of the vested rights until July 17th of 2025.
I'll second that.
Been motion by Counselor Wusso, seconded by Counselor Stev. Further comments on the motion? Questions?
I'll just make one observation, and that is that, you know, I'm really trying to honor that people spend significant time, money, energy, resources to come to us and get these projects approved. And this is one of those opportunities where they have the majority of the properties that are built out there our housing, our teachers. I have some homes and help people who live out there right now in those, I mean, you know, it's the school district owned. And I want to continue to see projects like that. And that was the purpose.
Any other comments? All right, Ryan, let's call the question.
Counselor Hershey,
Yes.
Counselor Kaut,
Yes.
Counselor Russo.
Yep.
Counselor Stepp,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wellman,
Yes.
Mayor Godus,
Yes.
unanimous.
Okay. Next item. Is item number 16, emergency ordinance, City of Golden Springs, imposing that temporary moratorium on residential development within the geographical limits of the city for the immediate preservation of public health, safety, and welfare. First reading.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had a brief work session on this where I walked through this as well, but I just wanted to provide that same input tonight. As drafted, you will note that the ordinance has a variety of alternatives in it. Alternative one would be a temporary moratorium on all, and I'm sorry I didn't take out the building permits, I meant to, on the acceptance of any new land use applications under Title 070. That would mean of any size, whether administratively approved or not. Alternative two is that same scope, but it would exempt final plan applications. And when you go through the full process, the last step, you've gotten your approval in front of the Planning Commission or City Council. The last step is to file your final plan application, which is all the technical engineering details and all those kinds of things. So if you had an approval from you guys, but you had not gone to final plan, this would allow you to move to final plan and then on the building permit during the term of the moratorium. So that's the difference between those alternatives and the carve out for final plans versus not. Alternatives 3 and 4, exactly the same setup regarding final plans, but using that breakpoint of 9 units or more, which is when you would go to a planning commission review versus an administrative review, unless it was called up by the planning commission. There was also some discussion surrounding whether or not it should apply to all kinds of development, commercial or otherwise. That's entirely up to you guys. And then the other one was whether or not to have a carve out for affordable housing projects. And you heard from a member of your housing commission earlier today. And I'll reiterate that sort of from the staff perspective, if you want to go that direction, we would recommend a bright line of it needs to be 100% affordable. That would be something like Glenwood Greens, a LIHTC project where it's all restricted, or perhaps a project that the city was doing where you could control that the entire thing was 100% restricted. There might be some other ones that would come in that would be offering to be 100% restricted. It's probably doubtful unless it was a LIHTC deal. Anyway, so with that, this is obviously building off of the motion by Councilor Russo at the last meeting. And I know you have some members of the public that would like to speak to it as well. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff? Absolutely. Seeing none, we'll open it for public comment. Name and address, please.
Mark Gould, 020 Oak Lane, Little Lake tonight. So I'm gonna have to move really quickly, but the fact is that you're in a position right now. I've lived here since 1977. My parents bought the Knotty Pine Lodge in West Glen, right, a long time ago. 77. So you're about to make one of the most difficult decisions tonight and could be the most consequential of anything I've seen since 1977. Your staff has worked really hard on getting an opportunity zone here, of which is attracting money. We're attracting money at a level that we've never attracted before. We right now have Our residential property that's going on used to be rated as a C. It's now a B, which is bringing money in from around the United States. Okay, we've got Tony Sherman, who hopefully is on the call tonight. He just spent 25 million, okay, buying Hotel Denver, buying that other hotel. We've got Steve Beckley attracted $26 million of money from New York for opportunity zones to help grow this area. You're about to send a message saying, money, just leave for 6 months. Take off, be gone. So by the way, I'm a little emotional and it has nothing to do with you guys. I watch you guys work on a regular basis. And so, hey, have fun, whatever. But the point is, this is the point, all right? There is money to be spent out there. And guess what? Every employer needs at least, I'll guarantee you, every employer at least needs one person. I don't know, 38 this morning, we need 20. And and guess what? This is what we talked about this. And you're gonna take 6 months, which I know it's gonna be a year, but you're gonna take 6 months and convince yourself that even though we have some recommendations, Keith said you will not get a policy for a year, not a policy for a year. So in 6 months, you're gonna make a decision based on no different than today. Your code's not going to change, okay? So let's just say you start and let people come in 6 months. That's May of next year. I asked Trent, takes a year to get through. That's May of 23. You get a building permit in May of 23. Now it's May of 24. You're talking about stopping development of housing for employees until May of 24. May of 24. You'll have Hotel Colorado tonight talking to you, Hotel Denver tonight talking to you. I have no dog in this fight. I have no application in front of you. I just happen to think that this is a particular time when we need to lead. And this is that serious of what you're thinking of doing. It's not going to work. I had death threats when I talked in 07 on immigration. I know what hell you're going through. Okay, I mean, I had people call my office and say, you're working for this crazy person and we're gonna start killing people. I know, I'm over. Mark Jr.'s giving me time. He's on the other line, right? He's giving me time. I know that doesn't work. I know that doesn't work, but he's on Zoom, so it's okay. But just, I know where you've been. I've had death threats calling up saying I've been on national television. It's not fun what you're going through. I get it. Thank you very much for listening. Sorry for taking so long.
Thank you, Mark.
All right.
For the record, to note that Mark Jr. gets 2 minutes.
Yes. Norm. Excuse me, Mr. Batchelor.
Hi, I'm Norm Batchelor. I live in Salt, Colorado. I'm a managing partner of the Hotel Colorado. And it's funny, when you're sitting there thinking of what to say in order to express my views and what may trigger you to vote the way I hope you vote. And then I get here and I have absolutely no idea. So I'm just going to try to explain why I'm here. We need employees. We're on a losing battle most of the time of attracting employees that want to stay. And it's because of housing. And I know I'm not telling you anything that you don't already know. Because I think you could throw a large rock, not very, let me say it more clearly. Every employer, I'm pretty sure, needs employees. And it isn't just bodies that we need, good people, the people that we want to have here to grow the community, to be known as a place where visitors want to come, where people want to move to, where people want to stay for their career and teach, or be a police officer for the next 25 years, or a firefighter. We all need employees, and a moratorium stops that, but Mark's right. It isn't a 6-month stop. It would take a lot longer than 6 months anyway to come up with a new code. But it takes a long time to restart, and money's available, and also the opportunity zone expires. There's a lot of reasons why pausing a halt, a pause is not really a pause. It will feel a lot like a screeching stop that is going to hurt us for quite a while. So I know many of you have got your minds made up, and I probably have no influence on that. But please, we do need housing. Please allow the projects to continue forward.
Thanks, Norm.
Anybody questions for me?
No. Public
Gotcha.
Thank you, Norm.
Thank you.
Next. Ms. Anderson.
For the record, Mr. Mayor, can you say that everyone on the council got a letter change of state?
Yes, for the record, we did receive the letter you sent us.
Yes,
Thank
thank you. And I won't read it verbatim, I'll just kind of hit some of the points, but thank you. I'm here on behalf of the Glenwood Springs Chamber Resort Association. We represent over 400 businesses in the community. While this pause is well-intentioned and for a short period, we have received concerned feedback from local business owners about the potential adverse impacts or unintended consequences this moratorium may have on the community in the long term. As such, we would ask that council fully consider all potential impacts before making this decision. In a recent survey of chamber members, the top concern, as you've heard, conveyed was the inability to attract and retain workforce. While there are a variety of reasons why we are experiencing the shortage, housing continues to be a major factor. It will require a multifaceted approach as there is no one quick or easy solution. As the city embarks on this very important comprehensive plan process next month, housing will surely be an important part of that. The community will have the opportunity to fully engage in the process with thoughtful deliberation so that by next year we will have a relevant and well-rounded plan that fits the needs and goals of the community. In the meantime, however, what could we possibly be missing out on if we do not give due process to potential projects that may arise over the next 6 months? Not every development project is the same. By listening to constituents and carefully utilizing the guardrails that are in place to address issues and concerns over potential projects, could these important sustainable growth and quality of life conversations continue in concert with the comprehensive plan process? We simply urge caution in the precedent the moratorium may set and ask the council fully consider all possible impacts of this decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angie. Anybody else?
Do you have anyone on the phone?
Yes, do we have anybody on the phone? Yeah, let's take that.
Mike Surratt.
Mike, can you hear us? I always look up like Mike's.
Mike Surratt.
It is.
Yes, can you all hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can, Mike.
Hi, thank you for taking the comment. This is Mike Surak with Real America Development in Indianapolis. We just wanted to, add to kind of the comments that have already been made, and as you can imagine, this came to a surprise to us. We are primarily affordable housing developers. We opened the Roaring Fork Apartments in Basalt in 2018. Since then, we've seen the exceeding demand for affordable, attainable housing in the Roaring Fork Valley. We have an active wait list of over 250 households at that property, of which there's 54 units. Since opening that, and even while under construction, we were looking for more sites in the valley. We were working closely with Hannah and Jen in Glenwood Springs to identify a site that would be suitable for what we wanted to do. We were fortunate to find a site just north of Discount Tire, with which we submitted an application to CHAFA for a tax credit affordable housing development. Unfortunately, we were not funded. However, we saw the demand and realized that we could build a product that would still serve sort of the missing middle. We're not luxury multifamily developers. We don't go after high-end developments. And with this site, we were excited that we could help fill some of the void for housing in Glenwood Springs. And so we've We've been through planning and zoning. We got city council approval back in September, and we're full steam ahead and have final plans just about there, ready for final plan application. And so, just want to express, how excited we are about this and the time that we've invested here. And we really hope that you can consider, what developers like us and others are trying to do and providing housing for those who live and work in the city of Glenwood Springs. This would obviously impact our development greatly. And so I really hope, one of the alternatives you choose will not negatively impact us. But I do appreciate the time, and the city has been great to work with so far. And we're very excited to be a part of the community, and we hope, and we are still currently looking for a site to submit another application to CHAFA to provide, true workforce and affordable housing. And so thank you all for listening, and appreciate the time.
Thanks, Mike. Anybody else from the, yes, ma'am. Yes,
Can I speak?
you may. Kind of go back and forth.
Lori Raymond. I live in Glenwood Springs. I also own a small business in Glenwood Springs, and I'm an employer of 7 people, plus a couple of independent contractors who work regularly for me. And as an employer and as a resident, I was interested in what Mr. Gould said about how much money is being attracted here. And I think a lot of us who live here feel like attracting money may not be what we really want to do above everything else. I have lost employee after employee because they can't afford to live here. And I live here because I was very lucky and bought a trailer in a trailer park, which I love living in. And it has let me have my small business survive. The thing is, we're thinking about these prospective tenants as if they're kind of cookie cutter people, as if families and individuals all want the same thing in housing. My business serves people who have pets, which is really the majority of households in this country. And the continuing trend is more towards people thinking of their pets as members of their family. I haven't heard anything from any developers about the provisions that they've made for pets, whether they'll allow them or not. But here's the thing, you're not going to be able to find people who can work in my business who don't have multiple pets, and they're not going to be able to live in these little boxes. So I right now have one groomer. This is a very highly skilled profession, and she lives in Grand Junction and commutes from there because she needs space to have her 3 dogs and a horse and her kids. Not everybody wants to or can live in a box in an apartment complex. I think you're losing not only diversity of housing types, but also diversity of potential people. We serve the people who live in this community, new ones as well as long established folks. And this is not, it's not about attracting millions and millions of people. They are attracted to invest because they're going to make money investing. That's what they're looking for, is profit. And we are scorning profit as a motive, but it shouldn't be the motive for developing a community. I really support the moratorium. I like the first option. I think we really need to think through what we want to do with Glenwood Springs and the surrounding area that we all love, so that it is a true community and has a place for everybody. We all need each other.
Thank you, Lori. Anybody else from online? Mark Gould Jr., you have 2 minutes. Mark Gould Jr., you have 2 minutes.
I'll try to keep it to 2 minutes. I appreciate your time. I apologize that I couldn't be there this evening. And respect the position that you're in. Having been born and raised in this valley and graduated from Glenwood High, I'm kind of sitting back and wondering how we got here. And it's pretty clear that we're in definitely an outlier of an economic condition. The pandemic brought a lot of people here, a lot of second homeowners, a lot of people that decided to retire here, a lot of people that are working remotely from here because we have a beautiful place to live in and we all want to keep it that way. There's a lot of criticism about this group being all about growth, or the proponents of having these housing developments be all about growth. Well, my business has seen a reduction of 25% of employees. And I welcome you to ask my competition whether they gathered those individuals up or whether they just happened to leave. So I'm a little bit lost as to why we're contemplating not allowing additional housing for a short-term effort with an outlier problem. I get nervous about who's going to serve the people that just invested here. And yes, it's not all about money, but we have an opportunity for investors to spend money to build housing in which we desperately need. And I think that it's time to take advantage of that. If all of a sudden we don't have the people to service all of our new residents, what's going to happen to those property values when they leave because they can no longer get a drink at the bar or get people to check them out at the grocery store or have somebody fix their home? So I'd like to see the members of this commission not put a moratorium for a short-sighted outlier problem in which all of the businesses are begging for an opportunity to have additional housing for employees across all sectors. My last and somewhat smart-ass comment is if we can't get this housing, I'm wondering if we don't put a moratorium on people retiring since they're taking up housing and no longer working. And I'm wondering if we don't put a moratorium on second homeowners, right? I mean, those all sound crazy, right? Well, I think it's also crazy to be, again, trying to solve a problem based on this short-sighted outlier. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Doug Pratt. Can you hear us, Doug?
Yes, can you guys hear? Can you hear me?
Yes, Doug, we did get your letter submitted, so we do have that on record. Just want to let you know that.
Doug Pratt, a Garfield County resident, planner. Julie and I are planners with the Land Studio. I submitted a letter, so I'm not going to read that to you. But just wanted to reemphasize maybe a point of there are a lot of small infill projects in the city of Glenwood Springs. We're planners that have probably worked on projects that we worked with Mike Sirac on the 40-unit project. We're currently working on a project on South Grand that involves 17 units. So while the scale of the things that we do are not the 300 units that have maybe caused some controversy related to a current and previous annexation, they are projects that can provide affordable housing, that do provide affordable housing, that do provide workforce housing. And all of those types of projects, small infill projects, will also be affected by maybe some of the thinking that went into a moratorium related to the feedback that you received for some very large projects in the city. So I guess I would just ask that you consider the magnitude of this moratorium if you're going to vote for it and move forward, and maybe allowing some of the projects that might be more infill related, that might be smaller in nature, that might still provide affordable housing and still provide effective places for people to live, to be for infrastructure and services that some of the bigger projects that have been controversial do. So thanks.
Thank you, Doug. Anybody else, Melissa?
Gary
Vic.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Hi, Keith.
Terrific. I just wanted to comment on some of the comments that I've heard tonight. And I don't think my clock is running. Can you hear me?
Yep. We're good now.
Okay, the clock's running now. Terrific. Most of the people that have spoken against the moratorium, I think, have their fingers in the construction trade. And I'd like to point out that obviously the city is comprised of over 10,000 people, many of whom are not in that trade. And many of us are kind of worried about where the city is heading from a development point of view. I know that a survey that you recently did said that one of the big concerns was housing, and I think the number of that, about a third of the respondents said that housing was their number one concern, and that infers that 2/3 of the people thought something else was more important, something like congestion, traffic, crowding in the schools, crowding in general throughout the city. I did take a couple of notes during the proposal this evening for the apartment complex over in the Meadows. And one of the things that struck me is they're going to enforce that 20% of the units go to people that work in Glenwood Springs. And I thought that was great, but it kind of made me wonder about the other 80%. It sort of sounds to me like in that project, we'd be building housing, 80% of which is going to people that are going to work somewhere else in the valley. So we're becoming a bedroom community for people up and down the Roaring Fork corridor. And while we would get some additional workers that would live and help our businesses in Glenwood, the majority of the congestion, the majority of the traffic, the majority of the infrastructure burdens would be generated by people who don't live in Glenwood. One of the people mentioned that we have a beautiful valley and we want to keep it that way. And I don't think you do it by continuing to build box apartments on every square inch of land in the city. So I fully support the moratorium and appreciate your time this evening.
Yes. Come on, Joel.
Hi, Joel Shoot, 111 on 2nd Street. Again, I'm talking on agenda item, waiting for my agenda item. I just learned about this one recently. We're not Denver, and I don't think any of us want to be Denver. Something that not mentioned in this is water resources. We're already kind of limiting ourselves on water resources and geography in the valley. You know, not everyone when you move to the Rocky Mountains and Glenwood Springs, you don't want to be moving to a condo that limits you to no pets and one car. You're in the Rocky Mountains. If you have a family, likely you're going to need more than one car. You're not going to, I mean, the buses are great. I'm glad you guys made the buses free. That's awesome. And thank you. But like, if you're moving to the Rocky Mountains, you want to be going out to Moab, you want to be going out to Aspen, whether, you know, CO2 emissions, whatever, blah, blah, blah. In reality, people have more than one car. They want to not live in a box. And unfettered expansion of development of housing, maybe it's not our responsibility. We only have so much geography in the city. It's a very small city. And I think somebody in the county meeting at the work session the other week was talking about how, you know, 4 Mile might blow up if you build a bridge. I don't know, but I'm just saying, I'm not against the moratorium just because I just learned about it. But maybe as we go forward, when you're approving these developments, maybe we don't approve developments that are, you know, $2,500 for a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment. Maybe it's not exactly a housing issue. Maybe it's a wage issue. A lot of these apartments, you know, I doubt that all the Red Canyon apartments are full. You know, they're expensive. People can't afford the ones that are built. We have some housing. I mean, not saying we have enough housing, but I'm not saying that people pay enough either. So, I mean, I'm not opposing it, I'm not for it, I'm just trying to throw out some ideas because I'm sitting here and I'm listening to people and I like to talk. So anyway, thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. All right, Alyssa, we'll go back to the phone.
Tony Sherman?
Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman, can you hear us? There you are.
Yep, I just unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great, thanks. So I live in Aspen. I've lived here full-time with my family for 12 years and first came to the Valley after college in 1989 and love it. I was fortunate to buy the Hampton Inn and the Holiday Inn Express in 2017. I've been really happy with those properties and to be part of the Glenwood business community. And just last week, I became the proud owner of the Hotel Denver and the Hotel Glenwood Springs. So I've got a very big financial commitment to Glenwood. I love it. I think it's a great place. As far as this moratorium, when I read about it, the first thing I thought was, this isn't smart because it's really good for existing landlords and it's really bad for tenants. Just supply and demand, when you have growing demand and you strict supply, all it does is make prices go up. I mean, it's just gonna punish renters. So, you know, my feeling, having been an econ major, the only thing that's really true is supply and demand. And I just don't think that makes sense. Number two, as a signal to investors like myself, it's a little scary. And it's also bad because it means it's going to make it harder for me to keep and find new employees because housing is their number one problem, I believe. One of the things that attracted me to the Hotel Denver was the development possibilities on the two parking lots that are down the street to either add more hotel rooms or shopping or residential, hopefully residential where my employees could live, because I think I now have like 70 employees in Glenwood Springs. So it's a little chilling to think that there's going to be no more housing and all that's going to happen is just make rental prices go up and up and up and up. And it's not good for people. I mean, I was reading the local newspaper here today. There's one ad in the classifieds for a rental in Aspen. It's a 1-bedroom for $5,000. Now, it's 3 blocks from Gondola, but it's horrible. I feel so bad for anyone who, you know, doesn't make a massive amount of money in this valley. And I think restricting the housing supply is just going to make it harder for a lot of people. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. Congratulations on your purchase as well.
Thank you. I hope y'all come and check us out. We're going to do a big renovation in the lobby and upgrade it and bring it back to all the glory I can find.
Sounds great.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Melissa?
Currently the last one, it's just labeled G.
All right, G. All right, G. G, do you have a, sorry. I know, 'cause I'm looking at- do you have a name, Mr. G? Or Miss G? Or them? G?
Can we move on, Mr. Mayor?
I think we can. Anybody else from the public? Go ahead, Scott.
Scott Dillard, local realtor, contractor, founder of the Williamsport Kayaking Club. Hope to teach some of your kids kayaking this summer. Open pool sessions start in January. Unlike Mr. Gould, I have a dog in this fight. I actually have all my dogs in this fight. I believe in smart, sustainable growth. I believe in affordable housing. I believe we need a new comp plan. I mean, we are growing too fast. It's necessary to have a new comp plan. I'm glad we're going that direction. But I also believe in the municipal code. And in January of last year, I looked at that code and I looked at a parcel of land in downtown Glenwood and I thought, oh, this is perfect. The city's been asking for infill for sale product forever. I'm gonna do that. So I stuck my neck out and I purchased the property and I've been working since February. Our first meeting with the city was February 22nd. So since then, I've spent probably $150,000 in planning and I mean, it's a long process. You guys keep comparing this to the VRBO, but it's not like that at all. It's not the moratorium there. They knew it was coming. They just come down, do a quick application, they have the permit. Here, the permit process is massive. I mean, the hurdle, so to get a permit, the application, you need a architectural rendering, the civil, the site plan, the landscaping plan, a traffic study, you need material boards, you need a lighting plan. Before I can put an application, I need a lighting plan. We can talk about that later, but that's crazy. You know, we had emails with Trent and Terry today. I mean, this is an ongoing process. But I'm thinking, hey, it's use by right, what could go wrong? You know, back in February, you know, I hired a local born and raised architect to work on this. And, you know, the first thing I said is I want to ask for no variances. I want to ask for no concessions. We're going to follow the rules. We're going to stay in the box and we're going to abide by the affordable housing rules. Hey, it's use by right. What could go wrong? And then last month, you guys approved 300 units. Citizens are at uproar. I don't blame them. But now this is a reactionary policy and it's drastic. I mean, I feel like they're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You know, and what Mr. Gould says, right? You say it's 6 months, but it's not going to be 6 months. It's going to be a year. I probably can't hold this property for 6 months, and I sure as hell can't hold it for a year. So you got to think about, you know, honoring, you know, my property rights and, you know, what the code says today, and you're not. So I hope this. I hope you vote it down. You know, if you don't, you know, I ask you, and I really beg you to amend the arbitrary number of 9 to something, you know, more like 15 or 20, have less collateral damage, you know, less unintended consequences, you know, 14 more in town, infill, for sale products. And yeah, I hope you vote it down.
Thanks, Scott. Anybody else?
Would you allow me to use Mr. Zerk's 48 seconds?
No, sorry, no, I can't.
It's 9:30, Mr. Mayor, we need to.
I know.
Well, then keep it moving.
Well, it's trying, I said that.
Well,
Anybody else from the public? Yes. We have G back.
We have Gabe Molnar.
Gabe, come on up.
and maybe people need to be here, Mr. Mayor, if they want to come.
I would love to do that, Tony.
Okay, let's do
agree.
it. I make a motion.
Go ahead, Gabe.
Yeah, hi, everyone, can you hear me?
No.
Barely.
Okay,
Can you do audio?
yeah, any better?
No.
No.
Okay. I was just going, hopefully it will come through. I was going to say, the city of Glenwood is not the city of Houston. We don't want it to be the city of Houston. The city of Houston has no zoning regulation, and that's why it looks the way it does. The city of Glenwood has a strict and rigorous process that's resulted in really high quality development for the most part, in my opinion. And I know that the process is rigorous because in 2017, I received approval for 13 townhomes, not 300 townhomes or 300 apartments, but 13 townhomes. We're currently in the process of updating those approvals and updating the design to achieve better energy efficiency, to provide an affordable housing unit. And the moratorium, to kind of second what Scott had said and others have said, there's a lot of infill projects. This project is 14 townhomes that's going to replace 6 modular substandard housing. This is housing that's it's a replacement. It's not new housing. So the arbitrary number of 9 cuts out a lot of these critical small infill projects. 14 townhomes with garages. So I think it's just a really broad brush. I urge you to consider the impact that you're having on small local developers, such as myself, small local home builders. And there are a lot of people in the construction trade who are not developers. We have carpenters, we have plumbers, we have electricians who are involved in these small projects who are bidding on these small projects and are expecting small projects. You're affecting people in your community to make their livelihood off of some of these small critical infill projects. So again, I would urge you to consider the arbitrary 9 limit. Like Scott had said, up that limit. If you need to pass this, which I'm not sure what's going to be achieved in 6 months, if you do, reconsider that limit. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabe. I think we got most of that. Is there anybody else? Alyssa, we good on the, okay. Anybody else from the public? All right, I'll bring it back now for
I have a question.
further questions. Go ahead, Paul.
When is the expiration of the opportunity zone?
It's another 7 years, right? Guys, I can't. What's that? 25? 25? Yeah.
I think it becomes less valuable over time.
Yeah.
So it's a complicated answer. Okay, but overall, 2028 with complications on
Yeah. It's
how
gonna
much you
step
burn
down
off of
over
it.
that
Right,
time.
great, thank you. And then, the way we're looking at this right now, disregarding the option of the final plan application. We have at least, I'm just reading through my list here, we have at least 250 units that are being constructed or will be constructed. Continue construction with this moratorium in place, is that not correct?
I think so. I'd have to ask somebody from planning about it.
Right, say that again. 250 units that we're still working on their development, their construction, and they're in process beyond being impacted by this moratorium.
I'll work with somebody with the number.
I can't confirm that exact number. It sounds a little bit high. Some of the projects are getting caught depending on where you land tonight, that have been approved, but don't have final.
I think the assumption was if you assume final plans exempted, so we have somewhere around 200 to 250 units.
With final plans exemption, that sounds a lot more feasible. Yes.
That's what I'm.
Yeah.
215.
250. 250.
Thank you.
It would still be going to building permit.
I just wanted clarity on that. And the last question here is, you've set this up with for alternatives.
Right.
But those alternatives we can adjust as well.
Oh, yeah,
So we
absolutely.
go
No,
to
I just,
15 or something
yeah,
like
I was just trying to like, as best I could, honor what the motion was and give you guys some options to work with.
trying to hear what everybody's telling us and what we have in front.
Yeah, I mean, I might provide you some legal advice if you get too creative with how you're like trying to do carve outs and whether or not that then results in it either being ineffective or subject to challenge, but.
All right, but we do like to do backflips and all kinds of.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Thank you, you answered my questions.
All right, further questions, Charlie?
Questions or comments?
Questions? Comments?
Yeah, I
Sorry.
thought we were having two
sorry, yeah.
questions.
Man, sorry, yes,
All right, so
knock yourself.
I am cognizant, I believe, of this will have impact on potential money coming into the city of Little Springs. Also cognizant that community seems to be speaking louder and louder that we need to talk about growth. I think there are people that say, put a fence up, I will never support that personally. It's a long move. I think there's people talk about it's going to shoot housing prices through the roof. With the other communities, won't name them, tried that kind of idea, and all of a sudden the housing very, very expensive. And we're here, nobody else can come in. I think you have to look at it in the long term. That's what my view is 20-year view of things. 4 to 6, 8 month delay is not going to do that housing market that substantially. So my view is that we should be that should be all development applications. So we get a better view of what's going on, get through the complex process.
Michelle.
Okay. I really appreciate all the comments that we got tonight on both sides of it. And I know we've had some pushback from the community, but I guess I asked council to consider all the conversations that we had today, considering the comp plan with our consultant Keith. Even he said, if we can take a 6-month break from taking new applications, but we probably won't have code changes in place as far as the comp plan for almost a year. So does that mean we're going to extend the moratorium for a year? And I guess, you know, this council just denied a 300 unit application tonight that was recommended for approval by P&Z and staff. And you have the right to do that. So I guess I question, where's the need for a moratorium? You have the right, we have the right to deny a project if you don't believe that it meets our comp plan and our codes. Why do we need to put a moratorium on? And the reason I'm having a hard time with this is because it does send a message out there. We've talked about, and we see surveys, we hear from our businesses, our highest need is housing. Yet we don't invest money in housing. We're, you know, we obviously can deny housing. And if we put a moratorium on developments coming in, we're sending a terrible message to developers. And we're putting developers who have invested a lot of time. You know, the project that was denied tonight went a year through the process. That's time is money, not to mention the money invested, but the time put into that process. It's not something to be taken lightly. And it's something that I think we can't do lightly, and we have to think really hard about. So if we have the right to deny projects, we're going into a comp plan update, which will involve the whole community. What's the point of the moratorium? So I would say, think long and hard about that. I can't agree with halting any projects that have put that time and investment in place and have some approvals. You know, I just think you're impacting, as Mr. Gold pointed out, you're not just impacting 6 months, you're impacting our housing supply, which we know we're in crisis. You're impacting that for years to come. And we just came out of a decade where we know Garfield County, the previous decade, it was in the paper today, previous decade constructed almost 6,000 units. In the decade from 2010 to 2020, Garfield County constructed less than 1,000. So we're in a crisis for a good reason right now. And we're kind of in catch-up mode, but to put this break on now, I think is ill-advised, and I can't support it. I just hope council would reconsider.
Councilor Pusto.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
I see
since-
Willman.
Since I'm the one that kind of started all this, I'll take a minute to explain my rationale. And that my rationale was that when I was on planning and zoning, there were some really strong parameters through the municipal code that I played by those rules. And so when I see an application come through this evening that had no variances, that they had spent thousands on, and the will of council chose not to approve it, that gives me pause. It was the pause that made me think we need better and more clear rules that we all can agree to, and that it's only fair that we give to the community. The way I look at this right now, if we were to halt all residential permitting, everything else, that's like saying those past applicants who went through that process and sat in front of us and we gave them the green light. That's like parents saying, yeah, you can go out with your friends, and then at the last second saying, no, you can't. No way. I can't support a moratorium that doesn't honor that we gave an approval to past applicants. When I step back, my goal here was not to harm the development community. My goal was actually to make it so that in future, you have clear parameters and you invest in something, and you know when you get here that you're not going to have a fickle council, that we honor those things because we pause, we take a moment. we read the map is what I keep saying, and we reflect on what this community is and where we're going. 6 months, I agree, and I recognize, I'm in the industry, I recognize the tax benefits to the opportunity zones. I don't want to impede that opportunity, but I also don't want to send developers home and say, sorry, come back with a substantially different application, even though you met every parameter that we had already established when you started the project. That's not fair. So we owe it to the community, the boards and commissions that will support us owe it to the community. I also want to mention to, let's see, Mr. Sherman's point. He's right. Supply and demand dictate pretty much, I mean, there's strong economic principles. But if you look at what we have approved compared to the decades before that, or even in the last 10 years, I think we have enough approved applications to sustain us for a little while. If those all get built up, that will add inventory. So I'm asking for 6 months to allow us to move forward more sustainably. This all came up because we are in this really, really robust economic phase. And so if we take, to Mr. Gould's point, right now, building condos is tricky. There's legislature that needs to change. But if right now we approve all of our raw land to be developed as apartments, where are we in 5 years when that changes? Where are we? Where do we go from here? And that's all I was looking for. I'm just looking for an opportunity to pause, to honor those developers who do want to invest in our community, but to also honor where we are in 10 years in this community and where we're going in 20 years. And everybody on this council knows that I keep referring to these apartments as planting tamarisk trees. As you guys all know, tamarisk trees prevented erosion, right? They planted them to prevent erosion and they became a nuisance. Well, where are we in 10 years if we approve 300 apartments here, another 300 here, 50 here, 200 there? Where are we in 10 years? When all of those have deferred maintenance, none of them are owner occupied, where do we go from here? And that's all I'm looking for here. So I think y'all know where I'm coming from.
Counselor Hirsch. I think.
Thanks. I was going for as long as my motion.
Ingrid, or Miss Councilwoman Rousseau and Councilwoman. I really, Councilwoman Couch has convinced me to vote no on this because of what Mr. Willman and Mr. Godis did tonight. And she makes an excellent point. The mayor's talking about how what a great project this is. Chad comes in with all these great people. They're going to build it. He's talking about parks, and the best stairs, and this, thank God we have childcare, and then he votes no. And he can vote any way he wants, as can I. And we can always switch back and forth. But frankly, Councilwoman Rousseau, I don't know what the rules are anymore. I have no clue what this council is doing. I have no clue what the direction is. Mr. Willman seems to just vote like one way against something and for something. And you can accuse me of that too, but I don't know what direction it is if this council is going. And I guess I have to defer to the private sector and smart people like Mr. Sherman and Mr. Gould, and who's Norton's last name, who I always forget. And people who know what they're doing and seem to know what's best for this community economically. So if we want a moratorium, we could do what we did tonight, just vote down every project. There's your moratorium. So I don't support this. Thank you.
Counselor Steph, you don't have to go. Sorry.
No, that's okay. A reference was made earlier, I think it was Ingrid saying not wanting to stop people midstream where they're at right now. My sense on a moratorium is it's difficult finding that dividing line. It's difficult for Carl, although I think that would do some back springs here. But I do feel that the intent of the moratorium was to say, stop these new applications, give us a break, let us figure things out. I'm just looking at this and considering where are we in this to allow some of these people to move forward that are almost through the process or halfway through the process without putting a final stop. So that's why I said earlier, I think we should just forego the accepting final plan applications in both of those alternatives. And I'd also like to look at new development applications for 15 units or more, some kind of more reasonable thing that gets these small developers to a point that they finish up. That's the closest I can get to how we can kind of resolve some of this and still take a break, which I do think is important. I agree with Ingrid. We need to figure out where we're going and really look at the future of our community. To me, I ran for this position because of this community and making it the best community all of us want to live in. And that's people who live here. That's what's important to me, is the people who live here, not the guy that lives in Illinois or the guy that lives in Aspen. I want it for these people here. So I'd like to make a motion that we look at alternative number 3, but change that application for 15 or more units. I've got to figure out, Stephen, you have to help me here on saying this right, that we move forward on ordinance. Wait a minute, let me get back.
Yeah,
to this.
and actually, if I can step back, Paula, just to clarify for you, that if you want those final plan applications to move forward, it's actually alternative 4 you want to use.
Alternative 4.
Right, accepting out, so they're not treated as a new application so that they can continue forward in the process.
I will second her motion.
We're still waiting on
We're
another.
still waiting for the motion.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I missed that part.
You are excited for this.
Sorry, I was distracted.
Right, it's
Right,
alternative
yeah, I got
4
it.
and
I
then
got
just
that,
change
yeah.
the number to whatever you want.
Right, so I make a motion that we approve ordinance 17/2021 using alternative 4, new development applications for 15 or more units for a 6-month moratorium. Do you want me to read through the whole thing?
No, I don't think you do. I would appreciate some findings as to why you picked 15.
I selected 15 because of 2 comments tonight saying they're at that 14 level, and I just didn't know the range.
Okay, the reason I asked that is that for purposes of the moratorium, and I'm going to kind of quiz you on this because it's important for the findings.
Yeah.
Why not 16? Why not 20? Why not 9? Is there a connection in the code to 15 versus just helping a single private entity
That's
who
good.
asked for you? Right, so that's why I just like to.
So can you reverse? I'm going to reverse this on why was it?
Sure. 9 was picked because the break between administrative approval and going to the planning commission is 9. So there's a relationship to the code in the magnitude. We've already determined in the code that when you hit 9, it is of a large enough magnitude to the community that it requires a public hearing. It can't be approved administratively, and that's why that number was picked. So
Okay, let me back up a little bit further. Is there a way to do the wording of this that we can incorporate people who are pretty close to being complete without using the unit?
what's the date that's pretty close to complete?
Okay.
Do you see my problem?
Okay, and what is the transition again between P and Z and
It's,
city council?
25?
24.
24.
23.
What
23.
number?
24 then.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever the
Yeah.
number is that it would go, that would require council for.
25.
So 25 or more go to council.
Correct.
So,
Threshold is 25.
so if you're going to change this within the city of 25 or more residential units, if that's the break that you were looking for.
That'll be the break that I'm.
Okay.
May we also add, since I did already second it, may I add that we exempt projects that have that hard threshold of 100% affordable housing?
Yes, and exempt that threshold. as well.
80% AMI.
80%. 80% AMI. I'm trying to think back to our conversations. this
Yes,
afternoon.
so if
We're
it's
presenting-
100% affordable, what is affordable to Carl's lawyerly question? And I would suggest 80% AMI.
80% AMI. Is that what you had?
Yeah, that's what we'd
I mean,
suggest, yes.
80%
Just for the
at
motion.
80% AMI. And that was a really badly said.
I think though we understand because it's approving, if I can summarize for you, Counselor, it was approving the ordinance. Alternative 4, limiting it to 25 or more is subject to the moratorium, allowing final plans to go forward and also permitting 100% affordable projects that are coming in at 80% average AMI to also move forward.
Yes.
Okay, been moved by Counselor Stepp, seconded by Counselor Musso. Ryan's call the question. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't get a chance.
That's
You
okay,
just-
you can call the question.
I'm so sorry.
Question called.
Go ahead and, yeah, it's.
Okay, let's call the question.
Mayor Godis,
No.
Counselor Hershey. Can I pass? Can I wait till the end?
No.
No.
No. Counselor Cow,
No.
Counselor Wusso,
Yes.
Counselor Stepp,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wellman.
No.
It fails 4-2.
Okay, so I have a comment. Can I jump in?
Now you can make.
Okay. And this wasn't the appropriate time to do it to your thing. That's fine.
No, that's okay. I apologize.
That's okay. It's okay. No, it's fine. Because my finger wagging I'm about to do has nothing to do with your motion. And so,
Does this have to do with the last application?
no, it does not.
Okay, just checking.
Um,
'Cause You're not going, I would just counsel that there's a 28-day appeal period, so I'd really like you to not talk about the last application.
Nothing to do with the last.
Okay.
But thank you for.
Does it have to do with the next agenda item?
Oh my God, no. I got it. Can I just say? Okay, I'm not gonna get us sued.
No, I just was trying to move on.
Is it about
Yes.
me?
Please let me move on. My finger wagging is, I appreciate everybody who spoke tonight. I appreciate everybody who said we are in a desperate situation. I'm an employer. I need employees. We need housing. Absolutely agree. I don't know where Norm, Mark Senior, Mark Junior, Lori Raymond, who spoke up also about if needed affordable housing, Tony Sherman were, when we were talking a couple months ago, actually about affordable housing. And this is why I didn't want to put it to your motion, because we had an opportunity to contribute millions of dollars every year in a potential tax. The chamber was silent. In fact, the chamber spoke against putting that on. If we're in a crisis, we need to treat these things actually like a crisis. And so I think that the time, and so my finger wagging's over. My finger wagging's over. But I would like to say that as we have this conversation about affordable housing, remember tonight, remember how fickle we can be about large developments, how fickle we can be about a moratorium. Because if you're really coming up here and saying we need housing for our employees, we're 25 people short, we're 38 people short, then you need to support affordable housing. You don't need to support $2,800 a month for a 2-bedroom loft style. That's not affordable housing. That's not going to help Christian or Norm out, attract housekeeping staff or front office staff. Caroline can apparently afford it, but no one else can. So I think that is something I really want to impress on all of our community is you can't just come and partake when it hurts right now. You got to look at this a little globally. So, okay, enough of that. I would also say supply and demand to Mr. Sherman, proud new owner, welcome to the community, not welcome, welcome with more hotels. Supply and demand is, you're an economics major. You also know that it's a principle that only works when you can increase supply to meet demand. We cannot increase supply unequivocally in Glenwood Springs. We have mountains and rivers and boundaries and interstates. So supply and demand, we can keep talking about it. And yes, to a certain extent, we can maybe level the curve temporarily, but we will never be able to actually enact supply and demand. And that's why, although I don't like necessarily government having to take a heavy hand in housing, in an area like this, the market does not make sense. There is no economic principle when supply is constrained like it is here. And that's why we have to have conversations about affordable housing. So with all of that being said, I think that we are caught up in being reactionary. That's why I didn't support the motion. The moratorium I've been wanting to have for 2 years has been a moratorium on development in the downtown development area boundary so that we could examine that. I think we've been talking about that for 2 years. If something like that were to be in motion, I would absolutely support that and that only, because I think that is something that talking about this A and B put their application forward. Probably gonna get a suit. Sorry, Carl. So I think that, if we did something like that, I would support that. Otherwise, I think there's just too many I think Paul's point and Tony's, oddly enough, we don't know. No, to your point, I mean, I'm saying I
Why
support
do you
you.
have to say oddly enough?
Well, it's just, you're on different sides, but you both are saying that we don't know where we're at. And so I think putting an arbitrary moratorium feels too surgical or too broad. So that's why I'm very hesitant to support that, but I would be very interested in hearing a different motion that might be.
Can we talk about that as we're working through the comp plan?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, because we have other issues on the agenda tonight, Mayor, including, I need to see the airport board is here. So look to get to that before 2 in the morning.
So does anybody else have a motion?
Much done.
Yeah, we're done.
Oh, great.
But nothing's published,
Yeah,
right? Mr.
right.
Mayor?
And it's.
Well, if somebody wanted to make a
Mr.
motion on alternative 3 that somebody can support.
I think you guys are pretty much done.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean,
Legally, we're not done.
yeah, but I can
Bring
tell.
this back.
Right, yeah, you can bring it back at another point, but I think for the evening, I think you're pretty much.
Yeah, leave. Thank you.
Next item on the agenda.
Audit.
Just to be clear for the audience, there is no moratorium.
There is no moratorium, right.
Thank you.
I should have done the summation, but.
I think that's probably
I
my
was
job.
enthralled with the,
Finger wagging?
yes,
Yeah.
that thing.
No, please don't get a suit.
You can turn them
Yeah.
All right.
Is there any way we could skip to the fuel tank thing?
Think do we have a consultant here in town?
No.
I think he's on Zoom.
Is he there? Then you're right.
Sure. Well, if he's on Zoom, he's getting fly here.
Okay,
Yeah, he's on.
it's just I see Mr.
Yeah.
Merritt and he needs to go to bed.
I would love to take the people who are in the room. I'd love to take them first, but I guess I'll defer to council.
Yeah, what? All okay hanging out?
Oh, he's hanging out.
The question was, is he okay?
Oh, I don't know.
Ask him.
Is Paul on the East Coast or West Coast?
He's in Avon.
Oh,
What is the Central Time, Colorado.
what do you want to do, guys? I don't really
You
care.
had a great audit, Mr. Mayor. We can hear about it after we talk about the airport.
I'm up for. What do you
I'm
want?
okay with that.
Okay.
Airport will be fairly quick.
Well, we also have a lease of a boat ramp. We have a
First, we could do that after that. Or first.
okay, let's do the lease.
Yeah, okay. Because he's here,
He's
right?
good. He said he can hang out.
Okay.
But the boat guy is here, right?
Thanks.
Yeah, Patrick Drake is here, yes.
There's boats and planes and trains and airplanes
Where are we going?
far away.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Brian Smith, Parks and Recreation Director. Council has asked staff to bring renewals of leases of city-owned property to an agenda as they come due. Glenwood Canyon River Walk, which is comprised of 5 subleasing outfitters, has a lease of property agreement with the city to access the Colorado River in West Glenwood for raft takeout and rafting operations, and they've had that since 2001. The leasing built the ramp per the original agreement and performs all necessary maintenance and repairs. The existing lease of $100 per year had a term of 20 years. That is expiring this year. We had Parks and Recreation Commission look over the lease agreement. Whitewater Rafting operates its own ramp with and has a lease of property as well, and pays the city $7,500 per year for that lease agreement. The Parks and Recreation Commission is recommending to council that Glenwood Canyon Riverwalk Group's lease terms match Whitewater's expiration date and lease amount, which is March 31st, 2025, for the amount of $7,500 a year. Staff defers to council. Patrick Drake with Glenwood Canyon Riverwalk is here if you'd like to hear comments from him.
Right, is staff suggesting what he wants to basically.
The staff's deferring to council.
Oh.
I'm just passing on the Parks and Recreation Commission's recommendation.
But is their recommendation consistent? Is my question.
No, Patrick has submitted a recommendation of his own.
Okay.
I'll let him come up and present that if you'd like to. I have
Yes.
that, if you want to put it up.
First off, council, mayor, city staff, thank you very much. I absolutely do not want to take too much of your time, but I think there's a couple important pieces to this puzzle that I'd at least like to communicate with you guys. It obviously, we fall into a bit of a unique niche. There are not many leases pertaining to obviously boat ramps. Whitewater raftings is the only comparable. But we have tried to provide at least some content and as a partnership to give you a little historical perspective. Dating back to 2001, you know, at kind of the peak of commercial rafting in Glenwood Springs, came down to basically an absolute necessity for rafting companies to form this partnership to alleviate the pressure on Two Rivers Park. And for 20 years, it has done so very successfully. Basically, that partnership was formed by the previous owners of Rock Gardens Rafting, Blue Sky Adventures, a company out of Aspen, Blazing Adventures, and Timberline Tours. We currently are in basically the second generation of ownership, with all ownership being passed on to the existing owners of those companies. Myself, I got involved in ownership in 2014, but have a very good historical perspective dating back to 2001, having been involved in the property and as a manager at that time. The long and the short of it, there obviously is this comparable of whitewater rafting at 7,500. I know we're talking small money in the big picture of conversations tonight, but I do want to provide some insight. That comparable from a square footage of land, if we were talking about, and as I've presented in the packet, whitewater raftings takeout is obviously has a gradient where vehicles are able to pull in. It occupies over 14,000 square feet at a rate of 53 cents per square foot per year. The current lease that is being discussed for our takeout, we occupy basically a section that is not maintained other than 7 wooden steps. The square footage is essentially 25 by 15 square feet for about a grand total of 350 approximately. Obviously, water line changes slightly, but we're talking 350 square feet. The equivalent of that square footage at 7,500 is basically $21.20 per year. Per square foot per year. That is, you know, in any real estate commercial market, that is some pretty decent prime property. And that usually comes with a building and street front and everything else. So again, the comparison on the table is 53 cents per square foot per year as compared to the $21.20 being presented to the partnership currently. We've run those comparisons. We've tried to do the homework, present you guys with obviously the comparisons. We view this obviously as a gateway accessing egress off of the river. Our customers access that for approximately 30 seconds and then obviously proceed onto our private property. Love to answer any questions that you may have. We have presented numbers that certainly we're in no way asking for the $100. That's obviously very much in the past, but we do feel like a range, if we're running those comparisons, of $900 to $2,200 is more appropriate for the square footage. I presented photos. You can see the basically the rawness of the takeout. It has served its need, and I think as a even in current day, if we were to look at Two Rivers Park, and if we were to move our use as 4 commercial companies up to Two Rivers Park, it simply would not handle or provide a good user experience. So we obviously think there's a very equitable decision. And I think, you know, again, our intent as an ownership is to provide the information to hopefully provide a thoughtful and equitable decision.
Patrick, how many people, sorry,
No, go ahead.
how many people in the 4 companies take out?
Yeah, so approximately on an annual basis, 15,000 to 20,000 are the number of users that each company obviously puts on in total, but not all of that use goes to the river park. Like our company, for example, has used the ramp pretty extensively at Two Rivers Park over the recent years. So I would estimate about 10,000 individuals actually come on to or pass through that 20-foot section of land on one given year.
So I guess the question I have is why, when H2O Ventures takes out, I think they're charged $250 head at Two Rivers. Why is your comparison square footage comparison? Why isn't it a per head? Because if you have 10,000 people take out, that'd be 25,000.
Yeah, you know, there's a litany of differences. You know, obviously we have to maintain every single thing on our property. We are not using any city resources. We are not using water. We are not taking up any boat ramp space. We are paying for landscaping. We are paying for property taxes. We are obviously through that building able to offer sales tax to the community. There is significant differences and even, you know, as we get into the Two Rivers Park comparison, it's not even, I mean, it's not even fruit compared to fruit. There are just very many differences. You have to administer that takeout area. You know, there are considerable differences to us taking out at Two Rivers Park. Now, that being said, we do pay, and it's $2 per person for any in-town commercial company. We do pay into that at Two Rivers Park. All companies of our partnership do pay into that takeout as well. So we do have use at Two Rivers Park that does get paid at that same amount.
So you mentioned that when your customers access the boat rent area, they're only there for 30 seconds, but isn't that like if Dave Merritt and I flew a plane from New York to Glenwood and landed? I mean, a very short portion of our trip is the runway, but I'd say that's a pretty important part. That access is a very important part.
Yep,
So you're not really paying for the time that they're there. And then they do access your private property where you have clear signs where people aren't allowed to go on. So, I mean, I don't understand that reasoning. That's only a little part. It's crucial to your business, that little entranceway.
You are correct. I mean, there are other options of obviously floating downriver, but if it serves as a gateway, it does serve as a crucial gateway. The comparison though that we have a historical precedent is that this gateway exists for whitewater rafting. You know, it exists almost in the same context for the Hanging Lake Shuttle. That is the other perspective that we provide. There are vehicles that park for many hours. You know, if we want to use that gateway mentality, I think in full operation, obviously with the intent, Hanging Lake or H2O Ventures, the intent is vehicles park in that space. There is indoor retail space that is offered. Any individual that wants to get to Hanging Lake is passing through that area. I'm not obviously saying the last 2 years of operation, but the intended use of the operation with the shuttle. So there is that gateway. We understand that, we realize that. But it's back to if one gateway lease is out there for 53 cents per square foot per year, there's an equitable decision there.
Thank you.
Sean.
Just had a question, and again, thank you, Patrick, but comparing like the facilities at each of the boat ramps. That boat ramp at Whitewater Rafting has been there for a long time. Do you know who built that?
Since 1996.
So they actually constructed the concrete takeout.
And I think that the importance I'd like to point out and why we never have that as an option, you know, the bike path gradient down to the river in such a small confined space simply does not allow similar use. And so that is why, you know, our boat ramp is held to kind of that 25 by 15 foot context, basically.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
This boat ramp that we're referring to, is that fee is paid by 4 different companies, so, right?
It is, yeah.
You
So
guys
it's
split up whatever it is.
it is shared. Yep. And I think that's, you know, again, it's obviously we're not talking huge differences in the money. It's an equitable decision though. And it is split between the partnership of the 4 companies. That is correct.
And all of them also access Two Rivers as well as you sometimes?
You know, I can't speak for the other. I know for certain 3 of the companies use it regularly. 3 out of the 4.
So I guess, I'll have a comment. I think that you're right. I mean, the difference between Two Rivers and what you have is completely different. Not completely different. I mean, it serves the same purpose. But as far as, I think we want to incentivize companies away from Two Rivers. So, you know, to me, I charge $1. If it's up to me, I charge $1.25 a head, because that's literally half the cost that other companies are paying. I think it's $2.50.
It's $2 for any company that's based within city limits, $3 for any company that's based outside of Pleasant
Okay.
Springs.
So then I do like $1 a head. That's what I would suggest, because that's half, which would be enough incentive to keep people away from Two Rivers. But to your numbers, that equals like 10,000. To me, that feels equitable, because at the end of the day, whether it's a really great apartment or a really small apartment, if there's one bedroom in this town, it's somewhere between 1,500 and 2,500, but there still is a utility aspect, a baseline utility aspect. So that's why at the end of the day, I'll support staff recommendation at 7,500, because 10,000 is, probably at least my comparison of what utility is, not a square footage. So I guess I'll hear from everybody else, but that's a motion that I would entertain making. I don't want to jump in front of people, but I would make a motion to support staff's recommendation of $7,500 a year.
And the lease term to end, if I may, the lease term to end as presented, which we true it up with, would be a short lease to true it up with the timing, which is the Parks and Rec recommendation to get Whitewater and these guys, so that at that point, everything can be considered at the same time.
That would, yes.
And just for the record, it's not a staff recommendation. It's the Parks
Parks
and
and
Rec.
Rec.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's-
Yeah, I
yeah,
appreciate that.
that's-
That's a huge.
Yeah,
great.
that's,
Brian said they didn't have it was.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's a good recommendation. So is there a second?
Yeah.
Second by Tony.
Just a quick comment. Patrick, I understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate that. I think the short lease, gives us an opportunity, in Parks and Rec Commission, that is, to sit down with all the rafting companies, say, what can we do to make this equitable across the board? We do that. And it's just to get us to that point. So I think that's when we start bringing everybody to the same point.
And that's, obviously as a speaking member of the management of the partnership, that's obviously where we try to focus our homework, obviously are trying to present what the equitable is. We've done the math for you. We are saying that obviously if we're comparing apples to apples, there's a significant difference between the number, obviously the 7,500 for our use and the amount of space that is used.
Any other comments? All right, let's call the question.
Mayor Gordis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woman,
Yes.
Counselor Step,
Yes.
Counselor Cow,
Yes.
Counselor Russo,
Yes.
Counselor Hershey.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you,
Brian,
Patrick.
Brian, I would like you to start a conversation, not a year from now, but soon with Park and Rec Commission. How do we bring equity to everybody, and maybe we accelerate everybody's leases? Change that.
Fuel tanks.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Brian Smith, Director of the airport. We are coming back to you. Council had directed staff to work on a solution with the airport, with the airport commission, one that they support. The attached memo from the commission is in your packet, which outlines that solution. We're looking at replacement of the 100 low lead tank, which, as well as the Jet A tank. I'm going to just point out a few things to make you aware of. So Meredith Fox, our airport manager, has worked very closely with CDOT Aeronautics and Scott Story. And CDOT Aeronautics has put forward a $225,000 support for the fuel farm. That is 50% of the total cost of that fuel farm, with both the Jet A and the 100 low lead. And has also confirmed $135,000 additional for pavement upgrades. So a total of $360,000 in financial support for those improvements. We are asking council for approval of use of the Jet A, the existing Jet A trailer owned by Wayne Rudd until install the new tanks, which will be a 12,000 gallon tanks each, are able to be installed. We have addressed the safety concerns and satisfied the conditions of the fire marshal with a hose restrictor, placement of the fire extinguisher, and removal of the wooden shelter. Speaking to each of the concerns that were brought up before council. One other item to make note of for the additional, the match from the city, the 250,000 would be an interfund loan. So the capital project fund is not subsidizing the airport enterprise fund. It's a interfund loan at fair market value, terms to be determined later, but 225,000 over 5 years at 4% is a payment of 50,000 a year. So, we need revenue to do this. It's important that we're able to sell the Jet A, which makes up about 50,000 of our total revenue. The loan will be from reserve, so there is no impact to any currently appropriated capital projects.
And I would say it's our understanding from CDOT, it's like that all or nothing. It's both fuels or no, $225,000.
And we guarantee that grant, or the way I read it is, we're doing this contingent on receiving the grant.
They came back today and said, we're supporting it. So I think that's like a 95%.
So if we say
certainty.
contingent, it probably will happen.
It is more than likely definitely gonna happen. Wow, that was 5 cents. Yeah.
Great.
Did you, I was at the airport meeting, Mr. Gotis this morning, 7:30, and we didn't really discuss this a lot, but did you want to hear them first? Or did you want to hear?
I mean, I think we
council
have-
questions?
I think we have the position.
Oh, but I mean, if one of them wants to say. the-
Sure,
or you're
yeah.
Clear on the position.
Dave, you were gonna talk, right?
Yeah.
I just want you to have their perspective.
You really want to hear from me again?
No.
No, okay. Yeah, I am Dave Merritt, 1504 Mountain Drive, and I'm the chair of the Airport Commission. And yes, appreciate the council on this issue. 2 weeks ago, I was very skeptical. That had done a lot of research working with Classic Air Medical, determined that the amount of fuel they use is far more than they've currently been purchasing from us because of their desire to always leave what fuel in that tank for tomorrow, in case they need it tomorrow. And so they've only been purchasing about 20% of the fuel. They use a phenomenal amount, 50,000 gallons a year currently, up from about 35,000 gallons 2 years ago. And they would rather essentially return to Glenwood from a mission and refuel fully here than just kind of top off here at the very, have to go someplace else first. So I ask that you, number one, authorize this. I think if we can get the full support, of that 50% grant from CDOT Aeronautics, would be amazing to have both of these done together. Moving the entire fueling facility to the south end of the airport. And that we also be allowed to continue using that tank for refueling Classic until some other situation can arise for that. Either they can get something else or we get this tank installed. That provides a financial resource to get early repayment on this too. So, any questions?
Just real quick, just to be clear, staff is supportive of continuing to use, that we have resolved the issues to a satisfaction of the fire marshal.
As long as
Yes.
there is a plan to replace, which if you guys say yes tonight, there is a plan
yeah.
to replace.
Because it's temporary.
Yeah, okay.
And how long, if we approve this, roughly we're talking about the replacement?
Brian, do you have?
4 months roughly, we say, depending upon supply chains.
Yeah, I don't have exact
Yeah.
lead times.
How long?
Yet, I don't have exact lead times yet, but obviously we want to get done as soon as possible.
Yeah.
I think I heard like at one point it could take like 20 weeks for it to arrive once you order it. So, and once again, supply chain is complicated.
No, I do it.
You don't buy these at Walmart.
Right.
Darn.
Darn you.
6 months.
Amazon?
But-
Thanks, Norma.
I just want to be clear. I think we're moving through this together. I'm super excited about that. And we earlier this evening said that we were going to go ahead and put the question on the ballot from Friends of the Airport, that group. But if that ballot answer comes in no, where do we stand financially? That's what I'm trying to understand here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the answer is
We have a used tank.
With a $250,000 debt.
No, we could sell it.
I mean, sorry, I missed the beginning of it.
Sure, no, I just, like I said at the beginning, I'm super excited that we're trying to work together on this. We are gonna put this ballot question out there. We go ahead and approve this tonight, but then the ballot comes back with a no answer. Where does that leave us financially?
Well, they're hoping a loan from the capital fund out of our reserve. We will still have the tanks, and I'm assuming regardless of any ballot measure, council will remain very interested in Jet A fuel for fire. And so that alone would have cost us $300,000.
Thank you for reminding me of that. Okay, cool, thanks. That makes a difference.
Yeah, nothing with the ballot question really affects the ability to pay back the interfund loan.
I was just afraid we would have bought it and then it'd be like, oh, well, now what?
And the purchase of the tanks allows us to buy fuel at a discounted rate. So that just increases our margin.
Okay, thank you.
Shelley.
I don't really have a question. I was gonna speak to Paul's question, but I just feel like.
I got it.
Okay.
I just wanted
Thank
to-
you. Yes.
I'm good.
David,
Councilwoman
thank
Wood.
you.
Well, I just wanted to thank the airport commission and the users that they were so responsive to all of this and made time to get together and come up with a recommendation and help guide us. Your openness to, bygones, we've got bygones and move forward. Thank you.
I'm an engineer, work for solutions.
Thank
All
you.
right, do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion, Mr. Mayor, that we approve the, what, Deborah?
Replacing both.
Replacing
fuel
fuel
tanks.
tanks.
I'll second that.
Do we have to pursuing the grant or?
I mean, I think they have told us, I mean, if we find out tomorrow that they were wrong and they're not fully supportive, and that does not, will change it, but I mean, I think the grant's pretty much done.
Contingent.
It's not contingent on the grant.
I think Jet A fuel, we need,
Yes.
no matter what. I think we're asking in light of getting this grant to do them both. I think we have this grant. If I find out
Right.
something funky
Right,
has
it's something, you
changed.
can always come back.
Right.
Yeah. I'm fine.
So just to clarify what staff are asking for is we're asking for approval for the purchase of both tanks with a $225,000 interfund loan to the airport from reserves and ability to temporarily sell fuel from the existing trailer until we're able to install those tanks.
Well, it just.
I mean, can you encompass that? Well, yeah, go ahead, sorry. No, it's your motion, go ahead. No, you. It's your motion.
It's late. Yeah, I'm approving the fuel tanks contingent on
Right, and then also that we can continue to fuel from the existing tank.
until, but that's what the fire marshal.
That's right.
Fire Marshal Bach has approved that.
As long as we have a plan to replace.
As long as we have a plan.
Okay, I'll amend my second to encompass that.
Is that confusing, Carl? I'm sorry.
No, I pretty much understand what you're
I'm
saying.
sorry.
It's what Brian said. Yeah.
There was
I
an
motioned
idea
that.
last meeting for Classic Air to bring in the temporary tanks.
I believe they did do that and I think they did that like last week. I think.
So is
Yeah.
that what we mean it by the existing tank? Not
No, the
No.
one we were using, we
The
can
500
still
gallon one.
use, yes, as long as we have a plan to replace it, which
Okay.
we do if you say yes.
If fire marshal says that's okay. then.
Yes,
and-
yes.
And Fire Marshal has.
And he has.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
It's Bach.
So what Classic Air did, Council Powell, Greg Ribby, 213 Creekside Court. What Classic Air did is they had a fuel truck out there. They didn't bring anything else in. They had quit using the fuel truck. And it's only 500 gallons.
Oh, okay.
And so it's no bigger than the temp one that we have in there. And so it still doesn't resolve their problem other than they can get fuel at Glenwood.
Okay.
But they prefer not to use their fuel truck. They prefer to use the existing one on an interim basis until.
So, Mr. Rippey, this is a temporary solution, but then we're going to be moving forward with the.
Okay.
All right, let's call the question.
Okay. Counselor Cow,
Yes.
Counselor Hershey,
Now, I'm just, yeah,
Counselor Wusso,
Yes.
Mayor Grodis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woman,
Yes.
Counselor Stepp.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
All right. Thank you guys for sticking it out.
Great.
Mayor, while Paul is getting online, would you do a couple of quick motions on 20 and 21 because you have to, so you just, no levy certifications.
yeah, I would make a
Okay.
motion, or I would let Mr. Milton.
I don't care.
I
Somebody
make a motion to approve.
I'm sorry,
I said, would you, while Paul, your auditor is getting online, if you could do a quick motion to approve ordinance number 14 and ordinance number 16. So
I'll move to approve ordinance number 14, series of 2021.
I'll second the motion.
Moved by Charlie, seconded by Shelley. All those in favor say aye.
Before you say
Oh,
aye.
we gotta do public comment, sorry.
Any public comment?
Any public comment? Sit down. Joking. Seeing no public comment, I'll be right back for a vote, I guess. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And you
Motion
need a
carries
second.
6-0.
Mr. Mayor, I move for approval ordinance number 16, series of 2021.
I'll second. Moved by Counselor Willman, seconded by Counselor Godus. Any public comment? I'll bring it back for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Though the auditors were very
Thank you.
patient, but
You
can I
bet,
have a 2-minute break to use the rest facilities?
The auditor's getting on, so.
I
Yeah,
know.
yeah, just- You know what, if he wants to go and do the presentation, do you mind if we just,
No, he can start.
okay,
Yeah, he can start, that's fine.
let's just keep rolling.
Yeah.
Folks, don't mind.
Step to use the stairs.
Oh.
If I use the stairs, I get locked out.
The open stairs.
I got locked in that stairwell once.
No, if you just use the open staircase
Oh,
to the second floor, then you can come up and go back
So
down.
you, at night, the third floor is locked, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
How about the second?
You can, if you
You
can
can't
get into the
access from
building,
the stairs.
you can't go through the stairs.
Paul, ready?
Open staircase.
The one.
Oh, hi, Paul. Okay, guys, Paul is gonna give us a presentation. He's been waiting
I'm
patiently all night. Thank you, Paul.
David, Mary.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, you guys ready?
Yes.
Mostly.
Okay, I'm gonna motor here because I know it's been a long night for you guys. My name's Paul Bacchus. I'm a CPA with a firm called McMahon Associates, located out of Avon, although we do have a number of employees down in your area. And we're kind of an unusual firm in the fact that we only do financial statement auditing. We audit almost all of the cast members. And I'm pleased to present actually last year's audited financials, which has been a little delayed because of 2 reasons. You guys are implementing new financial software. I'm lucky Yvette still talks to me because I pushed for new software a couple of years ago before COVID and all the employee turnover. But that's created a lot of work, and that's kind of pushed things back. And then I think we were on an earlier board meeting and the agenda kind of got a little overwhelmed. The city undertakes a financial statement audit every year. You do a higher level of financial reporting called a CAFR, Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. It's a really large document, but it's not necessarily just for city council. It's there for your bondholders, bond rating agencies. If you looked in the back, you'd see there's a single audit where you received about $4 million of federal grants, state grants, your insurance companies, banking relationships, all those type of parties. So everybody kind of has a section in it that they use. And that's kind of why it's so lengthy and painful. We also submit that financial report to GFOA. And last year you did get a certificate of excellence in financial reporting, which is the Government Finance Officers of Association reviews it and looks at it to make sure that it meets everything that accounting standards require. And even though we did have some recommendations, we did not have any material weaknesses or reportable conditions, relatively minor stuff. And that's probably all you really want me to cover, but I'm happy to answer any questions on either the process or the results.
Questions for Mr. Bacchus? Go
Can I
ahead.
ask the same? Yeah. Generally, you're pleased with this? You have any
Absolutely.
concerns?
Hi, Mr. Bacchus. I was just wanted to ask you directly, were there any areas of concern or anything from, I did read through the report and I saw that it was always the sentence of it's fair reporting or some wording kind of to that effect. Were there any, you said there were some minor things, but so nothing that, no questions come up that council should be aware of?
Yeah, look, we work for council and, you know, it's a public process and I recognize the responsibility that you all have with municipal dollars. And Carl has been on some other meetings where maybe it hasn't gone quite so well. It's our job to shoot you guys straight if we have concerns, but we're pleased to report we didn't. And I don't say anything nice about anyone because I'm an auditor, but I will tell you, your staff has worked amazingly hard to try and get everything done. I looked before I got on this meeting and we have 582 different documents that we scanned in to help verify the numbers on that financial report. And that's in the middle of a software change. So as council, you guys have a lot on your plate, but finance isn't necessarily one that you need to worry about.
Thank you very much.
We know. Any other comments, questions?
I have a comment.
Okay.
I want to congratulate staff and all the hard work they've done. This report, and I was very pleased. I moved to approve the audit.
Do you need to?
I'll second that.
Just accept it.
Oh, I
Well,
thought
what
you
about
actually-
public comment? Greg has been sitting around. You want to comment?
Greg Murphy, 213 Creekside Court. I happen to know your auditor pretty well, and I think you make great choices in who you've selected as an auditor. We also use McMahon at the Federal Mineral Lease District. Very professional, and you're in good hands with.
Thank
So,
you.
Paul, you're buying lunch next time.
Thank you, Mr. Rippey. I appreciate that.
All right, can we just do this by consent? All those in favor of accepting the audit, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Paul.
Thank you so
Paul,
much.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Please let all your other staff know that we don't ever see you here, but I'm sure they all have a role in it as well.
And for all the work, and please good luck going forward with the ERP.
All right. What else do we see? Are we on to report from city administration?
Yes, the Hotel Colorado lighting ceremony will take place next Friday, November 26th, and it's gonna be amazing.
Is that during the day?
For you,
Cody's double.
Wear your dark glasses.
What time is that?
Festivities start on the stage at 6:10, fireworks go off at 7:50.
Make sure to go, Frank. Play a little Super Friday.
Anything else, Deborah?
I'm good, yeah.
Jingle bells.
Yeah.
City attorney?
Yeah, I do. We did today receive a notice of intent to file a referendum petition for both ordinance number 8 and ordinance number 9, which would be the annexation ordinance and the zoning ordinance. Brian will be working hard tomorrow to fulfill his obligations now that that notice of intent has been filed, and we will keep you posted.
Can I ask a question about that? If I'm one of the petitioners, do I have to be a city resident?
Yeah.
So does it list, does the?
Like,
notice
so
of intent-
when the petition goes out.
No,
so
I'm not
this is-
talking about signing it. I'm talking about the people who submit it.
Yeah, they do. And it only needs to be one, actually. The charter only requires one,
And then, of course, everyone who signs.
and
it.
then you have everybody that signs it. So,
Carl, just quickly, the process, assuming there's a number of signatures.
they'll have 21 days to collect signatures, assuming.
Oh, it just went out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, assuming those, once those come back in, 15 days to verify, 15 days to correct, then that would come, assuming there are sufficient signatures, it would come before you. at the next regularly scheduled council meeting for determination on whether to repeal the ordinances or to place them on a special election. And that's, this also kind of helps out that we have this eventual May schedule, or this one scheduled in May that you guys just told us to draft for, because that should line up, so both those questions can go on the same ballot.
And if the ballot succeeds, then the ordinance is repealed.
Right, and then if it's repealed, if the voters choose to repeal it, then it's repealed. Essentially, the notice of intent stays the effective date of the ordinance until we find out if there's sufficient signatures, and then if there are, that stays the effective date of the ordinance until the results of the election. That's all I have.
Okay, I have one more thing under correspondence. There was a request from about the Air Quality Control Commission, specifically the Air Pollution Control Division's proposals to reduce methane and VOC emissions. They wanted us to adopt a position of support as a council. If we don't, they also encouraged us, this came from Alan Harvey, to sign it as we would individually, but basically you were asked to support strategies to reduce emission, including significant decreased leak detection and repair requirements for both new and existing sources of emission. Utilize both advanced screening such as aerial monitoring or drones and ground-based monitoring technology such as optical gas imaging cameras to detect methane emissions monthly. Expand the use of non-emitted pneumatic devices for existing operations once the initial phase-in is complete. Prohibit venting during maintenance activities. And this is all about methane capture, because methane is one of the most lethal climate change gases out there. So I didn't know if there was any support from this council to support this on behalf of Glenwood Springs and our climate change goals, or if it's more appropriate that we sign individually. I'm open to any.
I'm not comfortable taking a position as a city at this point. Not that I don't agree with the concept, but just because I don't know enough about this and what's really happening with it. And I trouble is that support, but I think well in the West. Concept of reducing methane emissions is great. I don't know exactly what that is.
So I would ask you to maybe read it, and if you do support it, sign it individually.
I agree with that. Sign it individually.
Okay. Okay. Let's like count to 4. Okay. Motion to adjourn.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0, 1 abstention or non-response.
Who seconded?
I did.
Thank you.
Quietly.